Welcome back, everybody, to Tabletop Notch. This is going to be episode 45.
Oh, I never
Can you believe it?
Of A Peek Beneath the Veil.
You're writing this down?
Oh, episode 45. Sorry, can you say it one more time?
Can you spell that?
45.
What is that backwards?
Lufami.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Call back.
Don't worry, if there's ever a puzzle that seems too hard, chat will make you look like a fool and solve it
Instantly.
I mean,
Thanks,
that's
guys.
easy enough.
And then after watching you solve it, I'll say something like, I got it.
We will be jumping back into the Shocky Mountains and the passage under the canyon as far as Josco has given you an alternate route, given that he is MIA at the moment. But with the help of Orba's deciphering skills, we found another route, and that is where we will return. We will roll the intro and come back, but first, anything anybody would like to say?
I'd like to say Happy National Roller Coaster Day.
Oh,
Happy
that's a good
National
one.
Tell a Joke Day.
Oh.
And
You know you have to tell a joke now.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. You kind of said yourself, yeah.
what time is it when you have to go to the dentist?
No, it's not.
What time? I wanna know.
2:30.
Oh.
2:30.
Come on, you guys. That's good.
Gotta pump up that delivery.
Yeah.
I don't know. We could 2:30, I guess.
Whenever
3
something's
o'clock.
going wrong. But also, happy 40th anniversary to my parents tomorrow.
Yay! Very nice.
I hope they're driving safely.
Be safe, drive safe.
And
Anything
that's
else?
500 followers?
Yeah!
Followers.
I think we're
That's
at
last
508.
Yes.
But yeah, we hit 500 during last stream, so thank you all so
Yeah,
much.
thank
That
you
was
guys
very
so much.
exciting.
Welcome back to those people returning, and we hope you enjoy your stay. We're thrilled that we've reached this milestone, and we'll continue to do more. Was there a... Oh, I thought there was something else.
pump.
Oh,
No.
fist pump. Oh my god.
Like slow motion.
Was that
Knock,
Freddie
knock, knock.
Mercury style fist bump? The like...
Yes? Oh, yeah.
More of an Angus
I was
Young
trying to keep
fist
it
bump.
in. Yeah, well, he doesn't really.
Yeah.
Don't talk about what you don't understand, young man. I have to tell. I don't know how many times I have to tell you. Don't talk about things you don't understand.
AC. Which one's AC? Which one's
DC's the guitarist.
AC and
DC died in 1981, and AC has been the singer. No. Anyway.
All right, we'll roll that intro and we'll come on back. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Oh, man.
That's my DF.
The behind the scenes of the title is always mwah. Alright, everybody. In chapter 44, Spilling Beans and Blood, we blew past the point of no return with our new Goliath acquaintance. And though he was ultimately overwhelmed by our superior numbers, the distance that needed to be covered by Beezaura, Erland, and Safira allowed him to get in a few impressive hacks that left us with one less horse and a severely wounded cleric. There were some positives to the brawl, however, as the head of the displacer beast was well preserved, and a list in the Goliath's pocket gave us a lead on another potential bounty, should we someday head in the direction of Nolan's Woods. Before making a push to one of the most important landmarks on our road back to Mukmu, we felt it was important to take a moment and recount the highlights of what we discovered at the harvesting yard. And between Orba's journal notes and what the half-elves saw in the holding pens, we filled in a number of blanks and generated some theories about who the major players were. One of the biggest points of debate was over who exactly we trusted to give any of this information to. The The issue complicated by the fact that it seemed that only a matter of time before Marvin Bishop would provide a way to trigger the miasma and possibly put hundreds or thousands of lives at risk. Still, there was nothing we could do until we reached some form of civilization to either send word, find Jillian, or meet her contact Kelsetra. So we hit the road in the morning and made for Josco Tibbets's bridge to cross the Shocky Mountains Canyon. Just as it seemed we were getting close and seeing a familiar landscape, we stumbled upon the site of a battle between Black Lions and the Lakafuyu. No survivors, but an imposing pillar of earth, flesh, and bone had been left behind. With Orba identifying a magic aura of necromancy about it, we tread carefully. But as we examined an overturned wagon, a Black Lion priestess leapt out to paralyze Graven, and she ran to activate the totem, which reanimated many of the nearby corpses. The priestess's use of the blink spell made her a difficult target to pin down, and the totem proved to be incredibly resilient to non-magical attacks. But as Orba imbued Beezaura with an acid-spitting attack and Graven unloaded bolt after bolt of radiant energy, we toppled the totem and struck a fatal blow with Safira's arrow to keep the priestess from escaping. Rather than linger here, we pressed on, hoping to find a safer spot to rest. At the foot of Josco's bridge, we were disheartened to find that he was off on a self-described personal errand. But he left a disguised note that Orba was able to read, which led us to a hidden passage nearby. It was a far cry from the convenience of the hovering lift, but it kept us out of sight and would take us to the other side of the canyon in time. So we embraced the darkness and headed down this large tunnel while asking ourselves, would this passage contain any of the tricks and oddities that we'd grown accustomed to when dealing with Josco Tibbets? Was there any chance of staying clear from the ongoing hostilities between the Black Lions and Lakafuyu on the homestretch out of the Shocky Mountains? And was it weird that we were angrier about Erland stealing children's books than Graven antagonizing an enormous man with a great axe?
We didn't know!
We find out now, on chapter 45 of A Peek Beneath the Veil.
I told you
Let's
exactly
not
what
start
happened.
now.
I told you exactly what happened.
Let's just all get along.
You begin your descent, and the tunnel stretches out before you. It's a curious combination of what looks to be partially naturally formed and partially man-made. There's patches of cobblestone here and there that support what is otherwise a path boring directly through the earth. It gives you the impression that this tunnel may have started as a creature's den, and over time was supplemented and excavated further to allow for travel by foot or other people. And every once in a while you'll see a hook kind of jammed crudely into the wall that looks like you could hang a lantern there, although there currently are none. And the darkness sort of envelops you, and those without dark vision quickly are unable to see, more than a little bit of the light leaking in from behind. It's surprisingly warm given the altitude and being no longer out in the sun, but not unpleasantly so. There's enough room to maneuver that it doesn't feel particularly claustrophobic, especially compared to some of the underground hallways of the harvesting yard where it seemed that at any moment someone could turn the corner and box you in. The trail continues down, and it kind of weaves back and forth every 80, 100 feet or so. It's hard to be precise, but at a certain point, perhaps after 45 minutes to an hour, you estimate that you may have traveled past the elevation of the canyon's base, and it's around at this time that the tunnel turns and it fans out. The ceiling remains somewhat low, no more than 15 or 20 feet at its highest point, but it expands out to the width of something like maybe 100 feet, and seems to be divided almost exactly in half by two distinct types of terrain. On the left is a much flatter, hard stone surface, slightly depressed into the ground with a network of cracks and fissures running throughout it. It has the appearance of a long dormant or dry riverbed. Perhaps the stream on the surface once trickled down into these subterranean caverns, but over time the earth shifted and blocked the flow of water. And on the right is a collection of stalagmites springing up frequently and at varying heights, sometimes flattened out into a little platform on top, and occasionally connecting all the way to the ceiling. So some of them just kind of come up to a point, some up to kind of a little flat, and then some of them go all the way floor to ceiling. And these two contrasting topographies run parallel to each other, and they continue on as far as those with dark vision are able to see, giving you the option to travel along either the sort of flatter former riverbed path or through the stalagmites as you continue forward.
That's a trick.
We've still got 2 horses and one of
You
us
still
is
have
on
2
foot.
horses.
And there's some sort of barrier in between the two?
There is no barrier, no.
So you could, in theory, move.
Yes, you can move between
Just
them.
one looks flat and one looks sound.
Yeah.
Great.
To simplify things.
And the horses could navigate the
Why did you say that?
stalagmites.
The idea being the stalagmite area, it would be slower to sort of weave the horses through there, but the ground looks a little firmer, steadier, as opposed to this kind of soft, dry earth that is comprising what was once a riverbed, perhaps.
What I worry about here is sinking. You know what I mean? I mean, our horses are heavy, and I certainly don't want to sit here and spend, an hour trying to get one of our horses' hooves out of the mud. You know? We'll get a lame horse, I think, if we go. I think we can kind of, weave through the, stalagmites on the floor.
Take it slow.
Do the sort of the flat-topped stalagmites, stalagmites, do they seem to be naturally occurring or specifically man-made?
As far as you can tell, naturally occurring. Yeah.
Does it seem like they're in any way being used as are there chairs, are there remnants of anyone?
There's no man-made items as far as you can tell in this sort of camp. Just to ask, and it can be sort of retroactive, did you guys light something so Graven and Beezaura can see, or you guys are they following you sort of through?
Yeah, I just... Those with dark vision, does it look like I could create a light and not disturb anything?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing here so far, but I do think we want to be careful.
Are there any tracks in the ground from what we've seen with, Josco's cardboard cutout?
Make a
guys?
perception check.
Oh.
21.
Ooh,
Definitely nothing of that.
Oh.
You give a good look around. You see a little bit of movement here and there. Looks like there's some bats in here. You hear kind of as they kind of skitter around, but nothing bigger than that, and also nothing that appears to be man-made at all, as far as you can tell.
You may startle some bats, but
Yeah, if
other
anything,
than
I'm
that-
more worried about creatures than I am about, finding someone here,
Well, nothing in Josco's notes said anything of any kind, so.
I mean, I'm sure it's alright.
Using the mace again?
Yeah.
Great. You light it up. And again, as the light kind of fills the cavern, you do hear a little bit of as some of the bats kind of move around. Just bats, as far as you can tell. They kind of move away from the light, sort of the source of the light. They kind of seem to move down the length of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Skitter away from you a little bit.
We could have the person on foot go out in front of the horses if we wanted to try the soft and
I
see
think
how
that's a-
far we can get. If we need to go off onto the...
If we're gonna do that, we want someone light-footed.
Well,
you
I
really-
can't see in the dark, so.
Wouldn't we want to be a little
I
He's
heavier?
got the light.
Oh, yeah.
He's
I
lit
can
up.
be light-footed.
I can go first if I.
Well, wouldn't we want someone a little heavier so that it would actually let us know
Test the-
to actually
Why?
test the firmness?
Well, why would we not? If we're all going to, the point of traveling on the smoother ground would be to move faster, I assume. So it's sort of redundant or counterproductive for some of us to be walking on the smooth ground and some of us to be walking on the harder ground.
Fair enough.
Well, I think if we start off on the smooth, then if it gets too mucky,
What I'm worried
we could
about is
move over.
taking the horses over the sort of. If it looks like there might have been water here, and if there was, then I'm assuming that there probably still is in the ground. So this could effectively kind of be a sinkhole.
It's not actively muddy, like it doesn't look damp right now, but
Right.
yes, theoretically they could be soft. But yes, it doesn't look like...
I mean, it could just be trial and error. And we start walking. If we can't do it, we move over.
Yeah, I mean, I say for our purposes now, I mean, if it slows us down to take this path, I mean, how much trouble does that really give us?
Don't think we have any kind of time constraint. I'm happy to go in the stalagmites.
If we're meeting Jillian in Mukmu, she has to traverse some version of this as well. She's going to take some time as well.
Yes, and she
No
probably
kidding,
will
yeah.
not have a horse. I say stalagmite mites?
Mites.
Stalagmites. As opposed to the riverbed.
All right.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll kind of start walking through. Can I?
I'll go
Stick to the
behind
middle with the light.
The line. Okay, so we got Safira, then Beezaura, then Graven kind of in the middle.
Are we on the horses or are we just guiding them?
I think you were guiding them through the tunnel.
guiding
them.
It's
Okay.
it's
It would be
the
hard
ceiling's
to-
high enough to ride it. You'd be very close to the ceiling.
Oh,
I
it's
could
that low.
probably-
Okay.
So in some
Yeah.
parts, it's not consistent, but there's some parts where you'd have to,
I think
it's
guiding
anywhere
is
between
probably
10 to
easy.
20
I want
feet.
to ride it. I mean, I'll guide it, but I think I'd prefer guide.
I'll take up the rear then. Yeah.
Okay.
And one of the horses still, I believe, has the displacer beast head that's sort of in a little sack attached to it.
Baby sack.
Tentacles wrapped up. And you guys start. So you start to kind of weave through these stalagmites, and a couple times, a couple of them crop up in places that are hard to guide the horses through. You have to kind of shift them around. You can see a little resistance from the horses. They're underground. They're a little spooked. The light of Graven's mace is helping, seem to sort of soothe them. They gave a little more resistance as you were passing through the tunnels, and they were just kind of descending into darkness. But as they kind of get their footing a little bit, they don't seem to kind of trip up on any of the stalagmites as you guys carefully guide them through.
Now that we're sort of along the path, is it possible to tell how recently the water sort of eroded that does it seem like it was flooded recently? Does
It definitely doesn't. It's dry right now.
Okay.
It's completely dry. So definitely long enough for the ground to have dried completely. Other than that, it's hard to tell. I mean, yeah. But it seems to have been some time since there was a water running through here. Yeah.
And still no tracks or anything.
Give me a perception check. Okay.
Maybe there are some.
It's not bad.
18.
18. You make a point to look out for any kind of tracks or anything, and you don't see any. It seems like, other than looking behind you and seeing a little bit of some of the damp footprints as you guys move along, you don't see anything in here. It seems pretty off the beaten path enough so that people aren't regularly moving through here.
Can I, as we're walking along the sort of stalagmite area, can I just, if you say they're right next to each other, can I just step into the sort of sand there just to see if it's the kind of, like on wet beaches, it fills in the footprints pretty quickly?
You step onto it and your foot sinks down a little bit, but it seems to kind of form like a hard web as you sink into it a little further. You don't sink more than an inch or two, like an inch and a half into the ground. So it has a little give to it, but you don't if you were to pick up your right foot, if you put your left in, you don't continue to sink down into it. So
And does my footprint fill in relatively quickly, or does it? Sort
It
of
doesn't.
stay there?
If you pick your foot back up, it has a little bit of kind of suction to your foot. It's not damp, but again, it kind of just is like clayish mud in a way that you pick your foot up and there's like a footprint.
Okay,
there.
cool.
Yeah.
Quicksand. Yeah. Definitely quicksand.
So we would have died.
I'm sensing. Okay.
You guys have a moment here as you're moving along, sort of quietly through. And again, as the light continues to pass through the tunnel, you'll hear occasionally another bat kind of dart across as the light hits them and sort of startles them a little bit. You see a couple of them kind of moving from the ceiling and different stalagmites to stalagmites.
Just as we're walking along, I want to every once in a while be making sure I'm checking behind us just to see if there's any, see if we're being followed, if there's any movement other than bats.
Sure, you do so. It's very quiet in here, other than the kind of little bit of echoing footsteps, both from the horses and yourselves as you move along.
Did we close the trapdoor?
Oh no! We're dumb idiots.
Should I run
Maybe
back and
Jillian.
close the door?
Maybe Jillian will find it.
Sure.
And others.
Why do I always forget
It was
about the
between
door?
Any of
chapters.
the
Give me
things
some
we
break.
We were already in there.
Yeah, you're in the tunnel.
Safira, as she's walking through the stalagmites,
She thinks about saying something, and she's like, you know what?
You know
Just
what?
not gonna say it at all. I can't go back anyway,
Problem for
so...
another day.
That's a problem for yesterday,
That's
Safira, not today.
Yes, okay, Safira.
Whoops.
All right.
Sorry, future Safira.
Bungled it.
So as the cavern continues to unfold before you, there's only slight deviations kind of to the left and right. The path is remarkably direct, and there's no kind of offshooting burrows or little pathways off of this main tunnel.
So whoever follows us is gonna find us.
Well, on the plus side, it's virtually impossible to get lost. So,
Right.
It's virtually impossible not to
thoughts.
find the people you're looking for. Yeah.
Right.
Great.
Whatever.
and the light from Graven's mace sort of casts these long shadows off of the stalagmites, stone columns. And you watch as yet another bat is kind of illuminated on the right side wall and kind of after the glare sort of darts quickly in the opposite direction down the hall. And with your eyes, you kind of trace its movement, erratic and alternating, back and forth. But before it gets far enough away that the light no longer reaches it, it disappears, swallowed up by the darkness. And your first reaction is that it's some sort of trick of the light, a shadow or an object blocking the way. But you can see, looking closer, that the glow from the mace stretches out farther down the corridor, on the left and right sides of the ceiling. There's just this impenetrable, black, roughly circular void about 50 feet ahead of you that seems to be affixed to the top of the cavern.
Does it take up the entire space or just the
No, just like a ball, like it looks like a semicircle because part of it's on the ceiling. It looks like,
Do I
and it
see
completely
that?
blocks light coming from. Do you see it? Yeah.
Graven. You look ponderous.
Graven looks through the spellbook of his mind.
We see him flipping the
mind
pages
maze.
in a
Are you thinking what I might be thinking?
I am imagining it there is some kind of magical darkness, and
There's
I should have some way of dispelling or at least showing.
Can we at
limits of
least make
some
sure
of it.
that that's what it is first?
What does it
Can I
do
take
exactly?
when we like get a little closer to it? Can I like examine, or I don't know how you
How
examine?
close do you want to get?
darkness.
You noticed it about 50, 60 feet off. How close do you want to get to it?
Were you leading a horse, Orba? Who was leading the horse?
helping. I was in the middle somewhere.
Yeah,
can
I
hardly
was
leading
leading
something.
horse.
Sure. Safira and Beezaura will say we're leading the way. Yeah.
mean, if I
You
get-
guys are all close to each other.
Yeah.
If I get a slightly closer look, I might be able to tell what kind of a spell it is, if it is one.
What could it possibly do?
Well, that's I
I
would
don't
have to
know,
go
but
look
the way
at it
we,
a little closer.
we don't want to find out by walking into it.
No, I'm not going to walk into
If
it.
there
That's
was
crazy.
basically, if there was magical darkness here, there was somebody who conjured it.
Well, yes, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and I didn't want to say anything, but we may have forgotten to, lock the
The door.
Oh, the
down
door.
the door. Yeah, the door.
We're like
No one
2 for
would've-
3 on those.
No one would have overtaken us in this time, though. There's only one pathway.
No,
Not
but now
overtaking us, but
it's a block.
if there's anyone behind us, Erland.
Blocking, yeah.
Can I start approaching it a little bit?
How close do you want to get?
Let's say within 30 feet.
30 feet of it. Give me a nature check.
You wanted Arcana, didn't you?
That's my
Yeah,
least
she
favorite
did.
check.
It's an at 1.
Oh my god.
The only thing that you notice at all is that even as you get closer, you expect as a creature with dark vision to have some sort of look into it. It's literally like someone's holding up a black circle, like sheet of like it completely blocks.
And
the
is it
ability to
so
see through it.
it's not taking up like the full width of the cavern?
No,
right?
definitely
It'll
not.
go-
It's not even that big. It's maybe
Right.
5 feet across.
How
Yeah.
high up is it?
It's
Yeah.
on the ceiling. It probably sticks down from the ceiling 2-3 feet.
Having
Oh, so we could all pass underneath.
Definitely.
having tracked the bat kind of go towards it, could I make a blinded attempt at firing a sacred flame at the bat?
At the bat.
Can't you
The
target?
bat that you can't see.
Oh yeah, and I think it has to be something I see. Yeah. Yep, I have to see it.
Have to be able to see.
Wow.
Orba just turns around after getting a little closer and just goes,
Do we try to just walk around the black hole?
I mean, that was my idea.
Can I pick up? Are there rocks?
Yeah.
And is the ceiling also
I don't know.
rocky?
Yeah.
Like if I were to throw the rock at the wall, it would make a rock hitting rock sound.
Yes.
So if, what I'm gonna do,
No, it would go.
It would make a noise like
because Erland's gonna look at the two magic users and just kind of.
What do you expect them to do with that?
Well, I'm gonna.
I don't think it's for us.
Go ahead.
Erland's gonna.
Well, you
I'm gonna throw the rock and I want to try and get it into. I'll be about where Orba is. So what do you say? 25, 30 feet away. I'm gonna try and throw the rock into the 2-foot hole.
Okay.
And I want to hear if it like disappears into a void or if it makes a.
Well,
Give me an attack roll with disadvantage.
What's that?
Give me an attack roll with disadvantage. And do your. We'll say this is a. We'll give your dexterity modifier.
16.
16.
We're okay.
Sort of flick it, and expecting to hear kind of off the rock, instead you hear kind of a wet thud.
What?
Do it again.
And you all
Kind of a-
laughed at me.
What did you hear that?
And you see it disappears into the dark, wet thud, and then you see it, the rock drop down kind of where that circle was. And you see the circle wiggle a little bit.
I don't
Why
like
is it
this.
like that?
Let's all stop moving first. Let's all stop moving.
Safira, give me
was about to-
a nature check.
Do we think this is a creature?
Do I get
think it might be.
You're underground, and I'm gonna say that's not the mountain, sadly.
Oh.
Okay, wait, what did you say, nature?
12.
Your element, Beezaura.
I am just observing and
You're
ready to
recalling
go.
a little bit of fighting throughout Kiera on some of the caves and some of the sort
Okay.
of underground systems that you guys would, when you were scouting or traveling through. And something kind of scratches at the back of your brain. There was a nickname for creatures that you would find in certain caves. And the nickname that people gave to them were elven blind spots. The reason being that those with dark vision couldn't see into these
Right.
sort of blind spots.
Good.
And you can't remember all of the details, but you do seem to remember that it was created by a creature of some kind that creates these sort of auras of darkness about them.
Hang on, actually, I've seen this before. It comes. There's a creature in here with us. There's a creature that makes these. I don't exactly remember. Do I remember anything about the creature or?
Only that they're very good at camouflaging themselves.
Oh.
The unfortunate thing. The only thing I know about these creatures is that they are remarkably good at camouflage. So.
Are they big?
Are they
Are
aggressive?
they dangerous?
They're not big. And they can be aggressive if startled. They're not actively seeking out fights.
I mean,
So if someone were to have thrown a rock, say, at one of these creatures,
yeah. If someone were to have, say, done that, I don't know. I mean, maybe someone would be possibly asking for a fight from said creature, but I
Yeah.
don't. Hang on, nothing's happened yet. So,
Safira, if we just lay low and go underneath and around, do you
I
think?
mean, I think we can try to sort of, if we're careful and we don't feel like we're.
Sounds
Can I-
confident enough. Let's try.
can I?
Should I go first?
Hearing that information, can I again take a survey into looking
Give
for
me an
something?
investigation check.
19.
19. Now, sort of knowing what you might be looking for, you see Erland kind of look around at the ceiling, poke around a little bit, and you look to kind of a stalagmite right at your
Oh,
left.
jeez.
And you look in really close, and you see kind of a
Oh.
eye appear on what looks like its ability to, blend in with the stalagmite is incredible. It has an octopus-like ability to kind of make its skin and sort of wrap around the stalagmite and look like that. And you see it open the eye, and then a black sort of envelops you a little bit just because you're so close to it, like a complete black darkness. And all you see is Erland's waist and feet sticking out of this black orb that's now in the middle of the.
Can Orba pull him out?
Yes.
No one move very quickly.
Orba's holding onto your coattail.
Okay, no one move.
You can't see anything. It
Great.
is pitch black.
Can I
Whoever's
hear
touching
it?
me,
Yes, Orba's touching you.
no one move.
It's alright, you guys.
can hear.
Look, it's.
No one move.
How big is
Do I can't see,
You literally cannot.
but I
see
saw, how close was the eye to me when I
a
first saw it?
foot and a half.
So I know that but it was on the stalagmite right in front of me.
Yeah, right next.
No one move. I'm going to start walking away from the creature, and everyone should
What
do.
creature?
I saw the creature, Goliath. Let's all be very polite and very quiet. And Erland's gonna. Is everyone moving away?
I'm watching your bottom
I'm
half.
not moving
Okay.
at all, Erland.
All right. I think we should all stop moving very slowly away from the stalagmite directly to my left. My left.
I mean, you turn to face it.
Yeah. So Erland's gonna start to gradually move, very slowly to
Orba as well as you're sort of helping Erland.
Oh, what, really?
Still 10.
Really? 9.
So Orba sort of holding onto Erland, she's guiding him away from the sort of black orb that has popped up in the middle. And as Orba is guiding him away, she steps back onto another stalagmite, and you hear the kind of the stone, and another black orb sort of envelops Orba,
I knew we
and she
should've
can't
done
see anything.
Oh, my
I
whole
need everybody
body?
to roll for initiative.
I wanted- we
From your
should've
waist
tried
up again is
the
now
other way.
Oh, but I
Should've
just stepped
tried
on
Not
something.
stalagmites.
You were guiding
That's what I
Erland,
said, no one
and you
cared.
stepped back against a stalagmite.
There's many of them
Yes,
on
and you-
all of the
I
stalagmites.
thought I stepped on the ground, so only my bottom half would be taken. But
I was
like,
talking
you kind of
I
bumped
was
back
talking
into
to
it, so
Air
just
when I
from your-
suggested we just try the muddy area, and everyone's like, I think
the muddy area wouldn't have been fun either.
How do you
You guys
know?
mind if I?
Sink in it.
I'm just
How
gonna
do
take a
you
short rest
know?
while you guys.
I don't want to
I
kill
have
these
nothing.
things. These things
We
seem
don't
cute.
know for sure.
I spent my last.
Oh
spell
my
slot trying
god,
to
that was a
understand
bad initiative
fucking
roll.
note.
I used my radiance as a dawn.
I want a little octopus that can
And now
create a
it's
black
exactly what I
hole.
need this for.
It's not really a black hole.
Dispel
Well,
magical
enjoy my
darkness.
cantrips, friends.
What are these
I'm
things
not
called?
doing
Can I
fucking
have a
the
pet?
healthiest.
Now that you are going to get a look at them, a little bit comes back to you, and I will give you that information. in a second.
Oh my god.
Slash, can I have one?
No,
I do
yeah,
like that Erland was like, can I do this? And everyone was like, sure. And then Safira remembered, oh yeah.
So sorry.
Oh,
guys.
cool.
Oh, that's the
I don't
smooth
think
kind
any of my other shit gets rid of.
I wonder what combat we would have gotten into there. Maybe none.
Maybe there's still time.
You guys did a good
It's
job
a
not
specific
getting into
thing,
combat
like,
in a lot of things in the mountains.
Any
actually.
magical darkness.
Yeah,
within
except we
30
didn't
feet
do a
is
good
dispelled.
job shutting the front door. Oh my
They
god.
came in.
They came in through the front door.
What if we just don't attack?
Shut the front door, you
What if
motherfucker.
we play dead?
Light would fill the space.
That's a good idea. Let's play dead, guys.
Because my regular.
I do have a same death scroll.
Oh.
There we are, in the
We
cave.
might need to use that against these weird
Compass
little
there for
octopus.
description purposes. Now, you guys have, whoop, ding.
Is that the sound the rock made?
horses that you're sort of leading through
That's what it
here.
sounds like when we're off
Not
the
made
top.
up.
Oh, those fucking horses have to stay alive, man.
These horses
I
are
clearly
gone.
cannot do anything that he does.
You know it.
He's very specific. I'm like,
Which cantrip will I use?
hopefully they
you're
like a
usually
good
so sneaky.
flailing, because that's all I got up my
Yeah.
sleeve.
Orba
haven't
kind of
rolled very
backed
well
up
already.
into that stalagmite, and Erland was kind of looking at this stalagmite as he was backing up. Graven
Now I'm
was
holding
holding a
on to
light
your coat to be
here.
like,
Can you swing me around? Can you give me cool
Zara and
powers?
Safira were kind of in the front.
Straight chilling.
Throws a rock.
all these horses.
Now,
We're gonna lose him.
there
Get the head
is
off of them
a
before they run away.
black sort of aura, both here where Erland was and kind of here where Orba was. And right now, those are the only two where you know where they are for sure.
What about the one that was on the ceiling?
Yes, you're right. There was a third one.
Don't remind him.
No, that one was gonna
No,
be
just
here.
visible. Yes.
Oh, that was the first one.
Yep.
How much damage did I do with my rogue?
Give me a 1d4.
Wait, really? Cool. Do I add any of my modifiers to it?
Strength
If
mod.
he did need damage with his rock.
5 bludgeoning.
5 bludgeoning. Great.
I guess it's bludgeoning, I assume.
Yeah.
That's why they're so angry. Is you really hit it. And now
trying
all
to
its
be
friends are like,
Precise from a distance.
Okay. Are we ready for initiatives? Did you get
No,
them all?
not at all.
Oh.
I did not
Whoops.
roll initiative. I was so
I
distracted.
rolled, it was terrible. I'm mad that I remember it, so I can't roll.
Erland, what did you get?
8.
Me too. 8.
Yuck, you guys.
Okay.
I know. Listen.
I got 8 too.
What?
Guys, we're
And
useless.
I didn't even think their rolls were that good, but
Who are the dexterous ones here?
Graven?
13.
Us. I know.
Well, Orba got a 17.
Oh.
Steps on his face and then rolls great initiative.
You're welcome.
Steps on his
I
face.
guess.
I think that's good.
Okay.
11 for now that Safira is sort of getting a little more idea of the creatures.
Now she-
Now.
They're called dark mantles. And they're sort of squid-like creatures that can fly and glide, and they attach themselves to sort of surfaces in caves, and they have the ability to camouflage in with.
That was 11,
portions of
right?
cave.
That's cute. I like that. Would I know anything about like what damage they were most susceptible to, or like
No.
anything like that? No.
Not with that roll.
Can we
Not with that
eat them?
12.
Wow. Wow.
Mantles.
Okay.
Alright, well, it's like a 3-way tie over here, which is bonkerinos.
Like truly.
Yeah, who wants to
Everyone
take the
ate.
first
None of us has any initiative
What's all those
today.
extra guys in there?
Absolutely no
Oh, I
pep in
love
our
it.
step.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Whoa!
Throw something crazy at
Don't
you.
do that. Okay. It's gonna start
This is
with
gonna be spicier, I
me.
think.
This is gonna be well for yeah.
So I'm going to.
You're fine.
Just to get a better look. All right, Orba.
So, I guess so. I'm in it. I'm just in it.
You are partially obscured by
So
magical
you're swallowed
darkness.
up.
Yes. In fact, so because these three all have their darkness aura, I will give them kind of a little ring to show their darkness.
Oh, cool.
Little angry rings around them.
So that means that their rings are actively obscuring them.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, okay.
So I guess if Orba takes a second, like reaches her hand out, can she feel a creature?
Yes.
She can.
In the middle of the, I mean, it's hard to get, but if you just kind of do this, at one point you kind of feel like a squishy something right there. Yes.
Okay, so Orba feels it and she goes, and she casts Shocking Grasp.
Okay. It's still going to be with disadvantage, I think, because it's a spell attack roll.
It is. It's a melee
and you
spell
can't
attack
see
roll.
the target. Yeah.
Okay.
It would stay with you with disadvantage.
Got it. Okay. That's not gonna do it. That is my second natural one of the night.
Okay. You sort of reach in, and at one point you kind of grab the squish, and you try to send the electrical energy through, but you feel it kind of slip out of your hand. You send a shocking sort of bolt of electricity into
Oh wow.
the nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Nobody's with that horse, I guess, are they? Nobody's watching the white horse.
Yeah, not at the moment.
Well, Orba's gonna try to step
think
back
the
and
squid
get
can go.
next to the horse so she can hold on to it so it doesn't run away.
Okay.
Okay. So
So you're sorry. Say it again. You're going to the horse.
yeah.
Okay.
So I guess I'll. I know.
Give me an animal handling check as you attempt to sort of calm the horse from the.
Okay. Animal handling is 18.
18. Okay, so and as no creature has attacked the horse yet, it hasn't it's not going crazy, but it's just a little disturbed by the sudden sort of flurry of activity, and you're able to kind of calm it. Yeah, and you can hear it kind of slow its steps a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. So just so we know, going forward, if you are within melee distance of the darkness, you are in the darkness, not just on the space. Yes. So if Graven is not at the moment, but if he were here, that is in darkness.
Right. Okay.
And so it has like a little aura of
Oh,
darkness
wow.
about it.
So it's really good on the camera.
How do you hit it?
I was gonna say, can I see it?
You cannot see it.
Sick.
All right. Well, I guess I'm taking my lit up mace and going over to the middle of this darkness.
Give me before you do that. Give me an investigation check.
17?
17. You cannot see any of the three that are in darkness. However, you give a quick look around, thinking there might be more of them. And on top of this stalagmite, it has not yet sort of created an aura of darkness. But you see once again, kind of little like flitting of kind of sticky eyes on the edge of that stalagmite.
Why do I think that's cute?
It's kind of squid-like. That's cute.
It's kind of cute. Just ignore it.
They're all around! And I'm gonna try to hit it with a sacred flame.
The one you can see. Yes.
Actually, excuse me, a Toll the Dead.
Okay.
Because that's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Nice.
And I doubt they're very wise.
You don't think they're smart?
No.
Watch this smart as fuck.
Wisdom save.
Are you making a judgment call?
10.
Fail.
And fail.
It hasn't lost any HP.
It has not. That is not. The only one that's, as far as you know, hurt is the one Erland hit with a rock.
Right, okay.
Their wisdom is like minus.
6 necrotic damage.
6
Nice.
necrotic damage. Great. So, would you like to?
It's a thing that is death upon you.
And you hear kind of a rattle throughout the cavern. And you see the creature kind of recoil, and now that it sort of was hit by the force of necrotic energy, you see it kind of reel back, and you can see its sort of squid-like tentacles kind of pull up from the stalagmite. It's easier to see now. It's not as camouflaged with the
To
stalagmite.
be honest, is that the start of Hell's Bells?
It's the opening of Hell's Bells.
Had it queued up and everything.
First
What
thing
a
I
dummy.
hit. First
Keep your eyes open for more. And
All moving at all?
trying to calm that other horse.
I'll say you can do that
Probably
without an
better.
action, given
Okay.
that it's not been attacked yet. Give me a animal handling check.
Fish, 14.
14. Again, you do the same. Because it hasn't been directly threatened, you're able to sort of keep its eyes on you and sort of, make sure that it doesn't go run down the hallway or something.
That's it.
Okay, it's the things.
Great.
I put DM, and it's not Dungeon Master.
Dark
it's
Mantle.
Dark
Buff.
Mantle.
Mantles.
I was thinking demon mites.
Demon mites.
Demon mites? That's adorable.
Great. So as you guys are sort of looking at a couple of orbs of darkness have popped up, you see Graven kind of throw out the necrotic energy. You hear a number of popping noises.
No.
As it seems like you've caught the attention
We're
of
making them all angry.
a number of other...
They have friends.
I'm gonna be swinging at these things blind.
No.
I can't see
Can we run
anything.
from these things, actually?
Yeah,
We
it's
should have just tried to walk under the clearly sleeping one that we just hit with.
That's
a
what I
rock.
said as well. No one wanted.
Beezaura might have floated that idea.
I may have said that twice.
Yeah.
We're very
We'll
curious
check the
creatures.
tapes. We'll check the tape.
What we are is
Play it back.
stupid.
We get an instant replay.
Fuck.
Look at
Well,
these
look.
little
So there's some in
buddies.
the regular dirt as well. These.
I feel guilty about killing them too
We
because
could've-
they were
But
just
I
hanging
can't
out.
see
Like,
once I'm.
listen,
No,
we
but
were
like I'm
just
saying, we
walking
could
over
have
zombies.
startled them there as well.
They blinked at Erland.
Before we see them, zombies are all.
But they were
This is
doing
gonna be hard.
Oh my goodness.
Good reach. Good reach.
Oh, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there is.
So we're walking away, right?
We just start to.
I'm just gonna be like, alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and see if I can make
So, it does take an action to activate the Aura of Darkness, so those that just appeared cannot make an attack
Okay.
this turn. However, the other three can, and the first one's just going to go after the threat that it's sort of there. It's going to go after Erland. Because it's an unseen attacker, you are in darkness, it's with advantage.
Good.
That is a 19 to hit.
19 hits. Great.
Wait, so they
do anything.
Definitely.
In that darkness.
Yes, they can see in their own darkness.
They are.
That's a wimpy roll. 4 bludgeoning
It'd be weird if
damage.
they couldn't see.
guess.
And so it kind of comes for you, and you can feel kind of the slimy sort of bits grab onto you, and then it kind of attaches itself to you. You are currently. I don't really have a.
What are those
Incubus.
suckers called?
Is it like a grapple or is it like
Int is it's attaching, which
purple
is different.
plus purple
It's
pentacles.
now
Yeah.
part
I
of
can't
it.
really grapple.
Say, well,
Yes,
you're blue if you're
That's
sort
it.
of attached.
Blue.
Great. So the creature is attached to you.
Huh.
And then this one is going to go after Orba. And you, as you're sort of calming the horse, you feel the darkness kind of envelop you, and then
gosh, so
it goes
scary.
into darkness, and you feel it behind you.
Real life.
It's going to make an attack with advantage again here.
So frightening.
That is a 15 to hit.
It hits.
Hits. You take 5 bludgeoning damage.
This isn't gonna be good for me, guys.
Yeah.
And attaches itself to you as well.
You already really low.
Yep. Yeah. No, I have no spells.
That was
And then this last
How
one
much did you do?
It did fine.
is going to swoop down to Graven and make an attack. Regular, not with advantage. That's a 13 to hit. Misses. Great. So it kind of goes in, and Graven kind of bats it out of the way
So
with
it
his shield.
just flew at him like that?
They kind of like glide, yeah, and then they're very
cute,
light,
too.
yeah. They kind of like glide.
These cute things are about to kill Orba and I, okay?
Woo!
Oh my god.
Now the other ones, they took their action to make the darkness aura, but they can still move. So
Oh,
you see this one kind of swoop in, and Safira is enveloped in darkness.
Am I about to not think they're cute anymore?
Beezaura is enveloped in darkness.
No.
I have.
I mean,
an
I don't like the
idea.
darkness
Love
thing.
it.
I should have short rest.
Not even gonna lie.
Alright.
This one, Graven is enveloped in darkness, and this one kind of flies up onto the
What?
thing here,
The only reason
and this
I'm
one's
like,
gonna stay up on
even
this
remotely chill is I feel like these things must have low HP.
If you can hit them.
I have an idea.
That is, and
That's
Orba
fair.
needs a blue ring because she is also attached.
Okay.
These things are a lot.
Okay. Alright, that's the Dark Mantis turn.
Oh, that wasn't good. Safira, Erland, and Beezaura. You guys pick.
Well, I imagine that now that I'm in this guy's darkness, I can't see very much of anything. Can
It
I?
is completely dark, yes.
Fascinating. Can I try to stab the one that is closest to me if I'm feeling sort of around for with whatever arrow I had?
An arrow or your
I
sickle?
want to use an arrow because I don't want to get my sickle out because I don't want to.
I mean, the arrow's an improvised weapon, so it does significantly less damage, but yes, you can.
I still don't think I want to get my sickle out though. Just because I'm gonna probably have to switch. So I'm gonna try to stab with the arrow.
Okay, so it's going to be with disadvantage, and the modifier is only your strength score, not your sort of bow, whatever that big modifier is.
The 25 you get for that.
Okay, it's
Anybody else?
what would the attack modifier? It's
Just your
strength. Just
strength.
strength. A 5.
Great, so you kind of poke forward trying to find it, and you're unable to do so in the darkness there.
Okay, and then as far as movement, is there
You
a
can.
way that can I get out of its
Yes,
little
you
aura
can.
of darkness? I should have done this before.
Do they
This
get
is
opportunities
dumb.
of
Why
attack?
am I
They
dumb?
do.
Okay,
Where are you headed?
I'm going to try to move closer this way and get a little out of it.
Okay. That will provoke 2 attacks of opportunity there.
Right.
That's a lot.
Can I move into the
Yeah, you can move into here. Yeah.
thing and just sort of wade carefully out as far as I can get without inevitably
This is 25.
being-
Do you want to go further than that?
No,
25.
no, definitely
Great.
not.
So 1 attack of opportunity. Again, it's unseen attacker because you're still in darkness when you move out of the range. 13 to hit.
Misses.
Misses. Great. So you can feel it you feel the darkness kind of shift a little bit as it reaches out for you, but isn't able to do so.
Why didn't I move first? Okay,
And you
that's it.
see. I mean, you'd still have disadvantage against
I
him in the
know,
dark. I mean, you could
yeah.
attack the one that isn't in darkness.
Yes.
But. Okay. Who's next? So you guys are all the same initiative, which means
Yeah.
unless we'll just go in order that's on there.
That's
unless,
fine.
but if someone's like, I want to make the first move because of a specific skill or something you have, you
Yeah.
can do that. You're all kind of acting at the same time.
Got
But
it.
unless you have anything, we'll just go by Erland
That's
next. Okay.
So can I, now that this thing's on me, what is it? Can I see? Can I see it? Is it on my face? Is
You
it-
can definitely feel it. You can't see anything. You're in the dark.
Oh, okay. Can I still move?
Yes, you can. They're small creatures, all things.
So it's just taking up this sort
Yeah,
of
it's
part
like
of my body.
attaching.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's got. You can feel its kind of tentacles around you. Yes.
Oh.
And could I hypothetically attempt to remove it?
Yes,
As,
you can. That would be an action, but
yeah,
yes, you can.
okay.
attempt to.
Having full facility of my voice,
Jesus Christ.
Erland's going to. Yeah, I think so. Oh, that's interesting.
5, 10, 15, 20.
What's interesting? Are you counting?
Okay, great. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna put a hand. Yeah, I gotta do this. I'm gonna as it's on me, I'm gonna grab the stalagmite right next to me.
Sure.
And I'm gonna use rejuvenate.
Sure.
So like rocks
Pulsing energy
Oh, wow.
go
goes
around.
into me a little bit. So let me heal my 2. And let me do my Constitution save, which always
Take
goes.
damage when it's latched on.
It hit me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I passed.
To the door already.
So it's only 1 sepsis point.
Correct.
Great. So, having done that, I need to attack it. So I'm gonna try and with my quarterstaff give it one of these.
Make an attack roll with disadvantage.
Okay. Okay. 18 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
That does 6 bludgeoning damage.
6 bludgeoning damage. It is going to make a concentration saving throw, which it fails, and the darkness goes out.
Yes.
Okay.
It is still attached to you, but the darkness is gone.
Oh, and I have like the thing on you.
Okay, great. So that's a bonus action. That's my action. Now,
So now you can kind of see it sort of attaching, and you can see its kind of slimy body right there, kind of on your shoulder and arm.
Erland's going to yell, "Run!" And I'm going to move 40 feet max distance. Let's call it, that'd be what, 5,
Still on
10,
you, is it?
15,
It is still on
20,
you.
25, 30.
You're gonna get
35.
attacked by like 17
40.
things.
If I go over here, I should only get an opportunity attack from these 2 guys. Yeah?
That is 2 opportunity attacks.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Both with advantage.
One that's just out of curiosity. One that's attached to me can have a reaction on someone else.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just
It's
curious.
not a reaction. Yeah. Wait. Which one's attached to you? The number 3 one
right?
there? Yes, that one cannot attack him.
Oh,
as it's
okay.
going back. Yes, it can only attack the target. That
Oh, so that one
Is-
cannot attack me. then.
Yes, so you
it's
only one attack of opportunity.
Great.
Right,
Even that,
yes.
oh,
Yes. So,
the one that's not.
you, as you're passing by that one, you enter into the darkness, so it is with advantage. That is a 21 to hit.
Hits.
You take 7 bludgeoning damage.
Oh my god, how you doing, bud?
Not
Goody
good.
God.
And this one attaches to you on the way by. So
Who's doing
Not
worse?
even-
I don't know if I like running anymore.
this
Yeah,
one.
who's doing a lot?
Oh wait, it's still in
What?
darkness.
Who's doing worse?
You have 2 creatures attached
Oh.
to you. And you continue to run.
That's my turn. Sorry, yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Come on, go now.
You may.
All right. I'm gonna try to attack that one. Is that a number 1 or whatever it is right in front of me?
You have disadvantage. You're in darkness, but
great.
yes.
These actually might kill me.
If this is how Erland dies,
Don't say that.
I mean, that would be a little funny.
16 to hit.
16 hits. Roll for damage.
Don't worry, I don't hear
I think that's +4 now. Oh, +3. Sorry. 5.
5 damage. Great. As you kind of you're swinging through the darkness, you swing out your flail, and you hear like a as your flail hits it, and
Yes.
the darkness goes
Yes.
out. That was the same one that
Oh,
Erland hit with the
thank
How much
rock.
damage did you do?
5.
Okay.
But it was hit with the rock before.
Yes, it had already been.
How much did you do?
I'm gonna do a rally call to Orba.
Great.
Ah! And then she
Go
hears
ahead
it.
and do it.
That's just my D8, right?
Yep.
Straight, right? No.
Plus charisma, but I think
Oh
that's
yeah, it's 0.
Plus charisma for those who are
I'm
charismatic.
Ooh, damn it. 2.
2 HP?
Get 2 temporary hit points.
Sorry.
That's okay. Every little bit helps.
That's
She can't quite hear you over the din of what's going on.
She got
She's
a
a
thing
little
on her
inspired.
back.
She goes,
Not super
Beezaura?
inspired.
Okay, so now I'm going to. Well, that's my bonus action, so I can't do anything else.
Yes.
I'll move
Where are you going?
forward.
Do you have your laser pointer there just for ease
Oh,
of
yeah.
it?
I haven't even used this yet. Ooh. Hey.
Which direction?
I'm gonna move. I'll move right.
I'm actually gonna kill me.
Well, I wouldn't be able to help kill some of these things, so I don't want to move too far. So maybe like just
No,
like
I'm
right
not
up
gonna
there.
save you.
Okay.
No, like they're gonna attack
5,
next time.
10. You want to go further than that?
Yeah, that's fine for
Okay.
right now.
Yeah.
Because that way, if people move up with those things, I can help get them.
They're not gonna kill you.
All right, I'm done.
Okay.
That was fun.
Alright, it's Orba. Would I know if something is touching me when I cast Shocking Grasp? Does that affect me?
No.
It doesn't?
If you hit with the attack, yeah, it's irrelevant.
What?
It does. You do not target yourself with.
Okay, like the lightning won't transfer?
No.
I don't know. I don't know how scientific this is. Okay, I guess
Bounces
Orba's
back
gonna
on
like find it and just cast Shocking Grasp again.
Go ahead.
I swear to God, if I roll another, I just roll 1.
Is that
As the people who can see, which is like Beezaura and Graven, you see a little bit of like electrical sparks coming out of that sort of circle of darkness, but
My God.
Bizarre just goes. Ugh.
We're just gonna retire that now.
Okay. I can't move and I still have the horse, so I'm just gonna hang tight.
okay.
Oh,
You
horse.
can move. What do you mean you can move?
I
move
can't
with
see
you.
if I'm moving, I
Yeah.
guess is what I mean.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
You know why no
I
one
think I
ran?
said
Because everyone saw
stay.
you run, and what happened to you, you dumb idiot?
Running by and just
Run!
tapping.
Everyone's like, I'm just gonna go for it. Nothing
no!
stops.
Don't run through like just like a black orb running through the camp.
They can't see you if you keep moving.
Get them off of you
Yes, they
eventually.
can, you stupid idiot.
Can I? No. I was gonna say, can I get on the horse? But that seems like a bad idea.
You can.
No, I'm okay.
If one's attached to you, if you hopped on the
Can-
horse, it would be there on the
Can
horse.
those
Right.
things put the horses in darkness?
Yes, they can. None of them are.
Poor
within-
horses
currently
would be
within
so
five.
freaked
So
out.
I would
for them.
the horse die. Okay. Here we
cast
go. I'm
off
done.
animals, the
It's
horses
Graven.
just-
Okay.
All right, so there's only one there. That just means that she's attached.
Yep,
But
she's
he does have
He
two
has
on
two
top
attached
of
to
him.
him. Yep.
Now, does that, and that, do they all fit within a 20-foot cube?
This one definitely no.
No, but I could get 1, 2, 3,
20-foot cube of you.
just 20-foot cube.
So that has to. So that's 5, 10, 15. That's a 4x4.
Yeah. Ah,
So
that's
no,
not very
definitely
big.
not,
Wait,
yeah.
that's it?
Yeah, 4x4 cube. Yeah.
All right.
Or
well,
20-foot cube.
never mind.
I'll just put this card back in.
I don't even know if it would have worked. I mean, it says
For the duration, objects affected shed dim light in a 10-foot radius. Affected creature or object can't benefit from being invisible.
They're not invisible. It's a magical darkness.
Tuck it away.
All right, so
I don't think it's gonna work.
and the one on Orba I can't see, so I can't cast a spell on it that says I have to see it.
If you have to be able to see the target, you cannot cast a spell.
7 or
All right, I'm gonna come over and try to take a whack at the one on Orba with my mace.
Okay, give me.
Oh my god!
Give me an attack roll with this.
The lightning
This is going to
gave
be
me
an
a
attack
good
of opportunity as well for the one that was next to you.
Okay.
That's a 13 to hit.
miss.
Okay.
All right, so disadvantage.
Yep.
Is there a possibility that he could swing and hit Orba?
Natural one.
Maybe a natural one, which I will definitely not roll. Whew, damn. Ooh, 21. 21.
That hits.
Things got a little spicy over there in his corner.
There you go.
Big numbers.
Come on.
Yeah, 7.
7 damage.
Bludgeoning.
Great. Orba's sort of in the darkness. You feel kind of a boom, and a little bit of like the tentacles trying to stay on you, and then one of them kind of detaches. It's going to make a Constitution saving throw. 4 fails. The darkness comes out of this one.
You can see.
Get away.
It is still attached to Orba.
Fuck, no, just get him.
Yeah, you are still attached. Yep.
I hate this. Okay.
I guess that's my movement. Yeah.
Okay, is it me?
No, it's the
No.
fucking guys.
It is?
Yeah, it's
Dark Mantle's next. Okay, we will go. We'll go with the
At
ones
least
that
they don't
are
have advantage.
easy
on this,
first.
so-
Yes. Having just been. Oh no, it has to make an attack on Orba because it's attached, and it has advantage on an attached target.
No.
14.
It hits.
Oh my god.
That is 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. And temp goes away first, correct?
Yep, temp goes away first. So you feel the kind of boom as it smacks itself against you, kind of attached. It seems like it's almost kind of headbutting you or body slamming you.
See Orba's eyes go across.
This one's gonna go for Graven that just ran by him. Not with advantage.
I hate this.
Natural 1. These ones, seeing Safira sort of run out of the darkness, are gonna go for Safira. Safira enveloped in darkness again. Oops, I pushed a few things. 2 attacks.
Is that their MO? Just to sort of.
Is that what?
Their MO? Just.
Oh, well, you know, you can charge past.
Defensive.
That's a 15 to hit.
15 hits.
And then the other one, 13 to hit.
13 misses.
2 misses. So just 1 hit, 6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
As you again feel the creature kind of slam into you as it sort of drifts across the cavern. These two, this one is going to go for the horse that's right next to it.
That's not
Okay,
nice.
13 hit points. They got 13 hit points.
They do.
They have more than half of us.
That is an 11. What is the horse's AC? I have it somewhere.
No,
Big
no.
guy. I think he can take it.
13. Yeah, riding horses are 13.
Oh, riding horses.
Riding horses. 10. That hits.
Oh, I have better
The horse
AC than
takes
a horse.
5 bludgeoning
That's good.
damage. Can can someone keep track of the
Yeah.
horse there?
Gray horse.
Yeah, so it has 13 total hit points, and it just took 5 damage.
That's fine.
And then
rather
this one,
a
the
horse
closest creature, is
die.
also the horse.
That's fine.
We love it. You love to see it.
You'll love to see it. They're going for
That
the
is a 12 to
horses.
hit. That hits. Oh, bad roll. 3 bludgeoning damage. So the other horse took 3 out of 13. Yeah. And then the 2 on Erland.
Oh, wow.
That is a 14 to hit.
14 misses.
14 misses. And that is a 17 to hit.
I'm using bull bark.
Okay. Oh, thank Christ.
I literally have never
Those are
seen
both
him
with
this
advantage.
anxious.
Okay, so that's I throw up my face turns to bark. What I
You feel like, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, this is the most stressed I've ever been, easily. I fail my Constitution save, so I go up to 5.
Okay.
So take 3.
Our monk.
It's good to know.
I still have a heal.
Okay, now can I do this?
That's good.
I believe that is
Yes.
the end of the Dark Mantle's turn.
Yeah, okay, so now.
Does anybody of Safira, Erland, and Beezy want to go first?
Yes, does anyone have a preference? Because you're all acting at the same time.
I have an idea for what to do, so...
Go
And
ahead.
let her rip.
I'm gonna cast Zephyr Strike,
Okay.
which just you move like the wind. Until the spell ends, your movement does not provoke any opportunity attacks. Once before the spell ends, you can give yourself advantage on one weapon attack roll on your turn. That attack deals an extra 1d8 force damage on a hit. Whether you hit or miss, your walking speed increases by 30 feet until the end of the
So it
turn.
gives you like a sort of hyper charge. Safira kind of mutters something to herself, goes into action with her Zephyr Strike. Where are you going? What are you doing?
Oh my god, this is terrible because I have two people deeply in trouble. I'm going to try to first move to the middle. Why am I pointing?
Go ahead. Yeah. And you don't provoke opportunity attacks.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move here.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay, and then I get the extra 30 feet just for the turn where I decide to cast the actual
So you
spell,
have-
right?
Yep.
Okay, seeing Graven sort of over there by where Orba is, I'm going to sort of move further a little bit up
35, 40, 45,
until
50.
I can get a clear shot
55 gives you a clear
at
shot
the
there.
one that is on Erland here.
They're both attached to Erland.
There's only one you can see, though, I believe.
But there's only one that's visible.
Yes, they're both not visible.
Oh, 'cause
the Shroud of Darkness envelops all of them.
Oh.
However, you have advantage on this attack, so it would be
Okay.
just a straight attack because of
Come
the
on,
Zephyr Strike.
Safira.
Are you attacking the one that is currently doing the darkness, or the one? Because you can still target one. It's just hard to.
I'm gonna target the one that's doing the darkness,
That's doing the
I think,
darkness, right. Do the
because that
do the
feels
darkness.
right. I'm so scared.
Do the darkness.
Okay.
It's gonna be the new dance.
23 to hit.
23 hits.
Yes.
Roll for damage.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That's the one that I hit already, too, I believe.
Is it? Did he hit it all?
No, the one that's... No, of course,
This
right.
is
It's
a
the one
D10
that's not.
versus D8. Okay. 8 total damage.
8 damage. Great. Erland hears this sort of whizzing sound, and then you hear something stick in next to you. That is a natural 1, and the aura of darkness flutters away as it fails its constitution.
Oh, but it's still a guy.
They're still attached to Erland, but they are no longer. That is all no longer in darkness. They're all.
Time to punch yourself in the face.
Let me go.
Let
Let me go.
Go.
Anything else before? You still have like 10 feet of movement, I
I
think. Is there anything else you
know. So seeing that he's now sort of out of darkness, I'm going to use my 10 feet of movement to go back sort of here where I can see more of what's going on.
You can see pretty much everything there from there.
Okay, great.
Beezaura, did you have a plan?
Yeah, how far am I from Erland? To be in melee range of...
5, 10, 15, 20 feet away from being within melee range of Erland.
I will do that. Nice.
10. I don't want to do that.
Oh! I just did it just by showing up. I scared
so
him away.
startled.
When Matt moves your mini, he knocks down more other characters. So I like to think the Beezaura just like elbows out.
Just smashing
We
it
get the
on
advanced
everything.
stats on that?
I'm swinging my backpack around
Yeah.
just for effect. Okay, so I'm gonna attack that one on him that's closest
You can
to me.
attack. They're occupying his
Yeah.
square. I can't do that.
So I'll just-
they're both damaged. Erland hit 1 and Safira hit 1.
So I'll just do that one
the
right
closer
there.
one? Great.
Yeah.
Make an attack.
Is it disadvantage?
Nope, there's no
Oh,
darkness.
right. Oh. 16 again.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Alright, easy.
Good job.
Remember when you willed yourself to roll a 1 and then you roll a 1?
7.
7 damage. Flail comes in and it goes right in front of Erland's face, and then the one on his shoulder goes, and it tears the one off of Erland's shoulder.
Yes.
I love you, Beezy.
And that one goes sploot against the side of the
Okay.
You know we're gonna yell at you.
And then
I don't care at this point. Okay. Yell all you want. I will be glad to hear yelling.
I'm just glad to be alive.
That got still is a
Okay.
little spicy, but yeah.
I
sorry.
don't believe that you can't use the strikes because that target's dead, if that's what you're looking at. I
Oh.
think the only thing you can use is rally, because the distracting strike or goading strike, it has to be on the target that you hit.
Oh! Well, thank you. That takes care of that. So I'm gonna rally for Erland.
Okay. Right in your ear.
Do you hear me? Get ready!
Get your shit together.
Oh.
Is that a 1?
It's only one.
No.
One temporary.
I'm doing really bad for you guys. I'm sorry.
Take what I can get.
I'm trying.
I think I'm the biggest fan.
Alright, I'll just stay there
Okay.
for now.
Great. Still one creature attached to Erland.
Still, and that one creature is first making my 2 heal. Okay, and that one guy left on me, quarterstaff, just gonna.
Go ahead, make an attack roll.
17 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Please die, sir. 9 bludgeoning
9
damage.
bludgeoning damage. You do sort of a backwards poke, and you feel the squishy body kind of absorb the stick, and as you pull it off, it like tears itself from you, and you fling it across the room. Smack against the wall.
Okay, so. Ooh, do I still have a. Yeah, I still have a bonus action. I am going to.
You have not moved.
I have not moved. Let me do a quick little count here.
Coming for you next.
30. Is that one, sorry, is the one next to Graven there attached to him or simply engaged with him?
The only one now currently with anything attached is Orba.
Okay, great.
And the horse.
And the horses.
And the horses. Yes.
And is that
both
one-
of them.
I'm actually going to, Orba's. Oh, you're coming up next.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
20, 25, 30. Okay, I'm still within
I
range.
got rage field.
I'm gonna stay right there for this turn.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe that's back to the top. Or no longer engulfed in darkness, but with the creature still attached to you.
Okay, she's gonna look at the thing right on her face. She's gonna grab it and she's gonna cast Shocking Grasp.
You gonna do it.
I'm just watching you like,
Okay.
get it off!
It's a new
Not
die.
with disadvantage.
With disadvantage?
No, not with. You look like you were going to grab another die.
No.
Oh.
21 to hit.
There you go.
There we go.
Roll for damage.
So hot. Okay.
Come
Not.
on.
I didn't mean it like that.
Like
I am
mad?
smoking. Okay.
Listen.
I thought you were like, I'm on a hot streak, and I was
Yeah.
like, I don't think that's true. A hot streak of 1.
Yeah, right.
Like a
heated.
Like,
spicy
this
hot.
is the
6
first
damage.
time.
6 damage.
There you go.
Put your hand, and you can see the creature, the electric shock kind of causes it to release its grip a little bit, and then it kind of
Orba's gonna
slumps
hold
off
it in
your
her hand
shoulder.
and just slam it down on
Yes.
the
Take a
ground.
bite out of it.
Tell it, Orba.
That is no longer attached. Oh, I took one. This one is dead. Great.
Okay, and then Orba's gonna, like, just hide.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go right here. You can't see it, but on the opposite side of that light, tight
Ah, good.
bite. And I'm done.
Okay.
Graven.
Seeing that she got herself out of it, I'm going to turn around and point at the one right behind me here and give it the old.
This is a ranged spell attack, yes?
No, it is a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, it's a saving throw.
Yes.
Okay.
Take that sound effect.
That is a 16. Saves.
Oh, it was the smart one.
Yeah, you targeted the smart.
Yeah, no, that's
You
it.
found the only smart
He
little
was the head of the
document.
class.
He's like, dong yourself, ass. Ding dong.
You see him slither away, he has a little
Yeah.
monocle on.
Couldn't quite tell where its
Excuse
ears
me.
were. Stand there with my shield.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
It's the things.
Great, so things. We'll do the easy ones first. The two that are attached to the horse are just going to attack the horses. We'll do this one, which is
We're gonna
the
lose these
first
fucking
one. You
horses
have
to
track of
this
the
fucking
horses. So the
squid,
first one
maybe.
that's damaged. That was a 19 to hit. It takes only 4 bludgeoning damage.
What's it at?
And then the next horse, that is a 11 to hit. What did I say?
10.
Oh, 10. Okay, that's what hits. That is a 4 bludgeoning damage as well.
Are they alive?
They're alive.
For now.
I don't know about next time around.
You can see them kind of kicking up and
She's like, I mean,
reeling about a little bit as they're sort of.
That gray one is.
I'm gonna have to
Panicking.
have a real conversation with these horses.
Okay, and the one next to Graven is also.
Make sure they're okay.
That is a 16 to hit.
They're in a hit modifier, must be.
Yeah, that hits.
Yes. Okay. That is 5 bludgeoning damage.
I
Jesus.
mean, I guess you would.
Slams itself against you, and it's attached to you as well.
Ugh. Maybe I should use warding flare, motherfucker.
That had only 9 HP.
At least it's not invisible.
Yeah, is it dark?
What's dark?
Is it dark?
didn't-
the one
That one did
attached?
not. That one had already gotten its light.
Oh, right.
Did-
Oh, once
dispelled.
it's out. Once their light is
It
dimmed.
takes an action to do it again, so they have to
Oh,
use
okay, I
that
see.
to.
All right.
Okay, so the two that have not. This
So
one's
that one's now
gonna
attached to you, Graven?
It's now attached to me.
attack the horse.
No, not the gray one.
That horse.
Oh shit, that thing's dead.
Yeah,
that horse
that
is
horse
dead.
is dead.
Unless he rolls bad.
So the one goes up to the horse.
Fuck the horses.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not thrilled about it, but...
That is a 11 to hit again.
Aw, man.
Boy, see ya, bud.
4 bludgeoning damage again.
He's done.
So it kind of attaches, and you saw the two
dinner.
creatures kind of go in, and you can
And
see
horse
it.
again?
You see it kind of kicking about a little bit, and then it slows, and then it kind of.
I run over and use up the healing potion on the horse.
Don't you fucking dare.
I got you, buddy.
And then the last one's going to make an attack on Safira there. Safira again, shrouded in darkness. That is a 14 to hit.
14 hits.
14 hits. 4 bludgeoning damage once again.
You guys and your health.
And that one is attached to you.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, that guy's attached to your face now.
Oh, sick.
Okay, that's them.
Safira, Erland, Beezaura.
Oh. You want to go or do you want me to go?
You go. I don't know what to do now that it's attached to me.
I'll come over and can I reach her and try to go up?
10, 15, 20, 25, yep.
Perfect. That's all I got.
Bonk.
That's all my little legs can do.
It's actually in Saphira's space. It's not
Okay,
next to
well,
Safira.
And is that disadvantage?
Disadvantage, yep. As you run into the darkness.
These things are annoying.
Well, that's the
You're like,
8.
8 misses, sort of swinging it around, and you manage to not hit Safira, but you can tell that sort of based on the sound, you were unable to connect with the creature.
Okay. Is everybody still really bad over here?
it's just them.
Great.
They're just.
Okay, I will try to rally Orba one more time.
Okay.
An extra.
Puts a little extra oomph into it.
listening?
It doesn't have to see, right? Just hear you.
Just here.
Yeah, just hear me. 7.
There you go.
There we
I
go.
thought it was a 1, and I'm like, no.
7 temporary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you have any temporary left?
No.
Okay, yeah, because it would replace other temporary.
And I will.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
If I move, it'll attack me, right?
If you you used all 25 feet of movement already.
That is true. So I guess I'm staying.
And no, an attached one can only attack the creature it's attached to.
Cool. Then I'll just stay and watch it attach her.
You too?
Safira, Erland?
Is it like blind? I mean, yes. It's.
You cannot see. It's pitch black. Yep.
Everyone go
It's on you?
It is attached to Safira.
Alright, Erland's gonna run over to Safira
Okay.
and try and do a two-handed quarterstaff attack.
20 gets you.
Don't bonk her in the head.
20 does?
Yep.
Great.
1.
Give me an attack
If
disadvantage.
he's the one
An
that
old man
bonks
with
me
a
in the
cane,
head,
like-
it's freaking me so mad.
That's 22 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
10 bludgeoning damage.
10, and with a mighty swipe of his quarterstaff in the darkness, smashes into the creature.
Oh, great.
It dies outright.
So you're gonna heal
Oh, nice.
my 2. That's a third round of
There's
that.
no longer. Oops.
She comes out of the darkness and
Yeah.
on
And everyone's
top of
standing
her.
around her. Yep.
Hi.
Oh my god. When did you guys
I
get
mean, while in the darkness, you heard a loud battle cry. Bizarre.
See if you can save the horse.
Those was it 20 feet
20
of movement
feet,
to
yep.
get there?
I wanna try
So I'm out of range of that thing now, yeah. Looks like it.
Yeah, 5, 10, 15. You have 40 total.
I have 40 total.
Then yes, you cannot get to that.
Okay, great. Then I am going to chill here.
Okay.
Safira.
Okay, I'm going to take a shot at the buddy that is behind Graven.
It's
there.
attached to Graven, but yeah.
Or, that's attached to Graven then.
In my struggling, I turn around to see Safira aiming straight at me. Like,
Right in his blood.
Okay.
You turn your body size.
Oh no.
It's a high leverage dice roll.
You don't know.
16 to hit. I
That
forget how
is-
good my modifier is.
When you're not rolling with disadvantage, it's pretty.
Do you have is it wolf bow or reg bow?
A reg bow.
That's cocked.
That's cocked.
For a second, I was like, what's rainbow?
Okay.
Regular.
10, and is this one already damaged?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I know it. I hit it for 10, so I'm pretty sure it like dies now.
Give us the good deeps, though. show us what
Is it,
you
when
got.
I roll a d6 for Hunter's Mark. I mean, not Hunter's Mark. That's why. It's another
Yes.
d8. That's why. Okay, I'm confused. So it'd be total of 15 damage.
damage, great. There it goes. And as Graven sort of turns to present the creature, he winces a little bit and hears the stick in, and then it sort of slides off of him.
Okay, and then I think I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to try to get a little bit closer to the horse, maybe? Kind of get myself in between these two guys and...
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 further.
Sacrificing.
That's fine. Well, no, they can't do opportunity
one
attacks
more
at least
hit.
right now, so I can...
Healing him.
Zephyr Strike.
Yeah,
Unless
but
they hit you and you fail the
They're
concentration
gonna,
save.
those two are
Well, that's
gonna
what I mean,
fucking
you're gonna-
jump on you.
Yeah, they're gonna come at you.
Just your typical ranger that acts like a tank.
Yeah.
Also, you needed to... that one that came over here and attached you, that one did hit you. I need you to make a concentration save for
okay.
the Zephyr Strike.
Okay,
I should show that you're concentrating.
oh no, is that cocked or is that...
That's cocked actually.
Oh yeah, sure.
Second opinion.
I needed a second opinion. Okay, concentration. How do I do concentration?
It's just a Constitution save.
Constitution, okay. 13.
13 passes. Excellent. So you maintain concentration on your Zephyr Strike. Okay.
Okay, that's it.
All right. Back
Okay,
to the
top
top.
of the lineup. Jeez Louise. Alright, I'm gonna walk over to the horse
Okay.
and I'm
I'm just making noises. I'm
Are
sorry.
you humming some
sorry.
animals
Neither
today?
disapproval nor approval.
Exactly.
Just
Very neutral.
I'm gonna walk over to the horse and find the thing and cast Shocking Grasp again.
make an attack roll. It's gonna be with disadvantage in darkness. That one still has its aura.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, feeling. Okay.
Come on.
That's a 12 to hit.
12 hits.
That modifier is so juicy. Okay. Come on. 5 damage.
5 damage.
There we
A
go.
jolt of electricity, and the horse, you can feel it kind of kicking, but then you can feel it calm a little bit, as it seems like the creature attached to it has
Yeah.
And then I go,
that?
shush, it's okay, it's okay.
Give me
it's
an
okay.
animal handling check.
Oh yeah, would the darkness go away too?
Yep. Aura of darkness. Is
That
weird.
horse is so freaked out.
Handling.
Yep.
15.
15.
He's almost
So after
dead,
the aura
so-
of darkness, the first thing it sees is sort of your face, and it sort of recognizes you a little bit, and it sort of
She gives a little nuzzle.
calms. Correct?
Okay, Graven.
Can't see these guys, so here I come. I'm gonna run over and try to take a slam down into the middle of the darkness on the right there.
Which one would you like?
My
7 or
right,
9?
yeah.
there?
So I'll come up over here.
15, 20. Give me a check with disadvantage. 8. 8 misses. So as Graven goes charging in, swinging, isn't able to connect.
Dead.
That's it.
Demon
Okay.
bites.
That is the Dark Mantle. So they're just gonna sort of go at the closest targets. Safira once again, shrouded in darkness, and Graven as well. Both of these attacks with advantage. That is a 18 to hit for Graven.
If I impose disadvantage now, would they get? Like if I tried warding flare, would you just get a straight roll?
Read the text of it just so you can decide.
When you're attacked, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll.
And it can be done after the declaration, just to be clear.
Doesn't say.
Okay, we'll say it will attack again without advantage. It will just be a
Okay.
straight roll
I'll-
for now until we get the clarity.
Let's skip it. I'll skip it.
You're gonna get hit by it?
Yeah.
4 bludgeoning damage. And it's
You
attached
okay?
to me as well.
I really didn't want to be attached. That was the thing.
Just so my movement isn't messed with next round.
Sorry, you
can
said
you
4,
scoot?
right?
Yes, you were at horse.
Thanks.
And the other one on Safira. That is a 22 to hit.
Oh, misses now. Hits.
That takes 6 bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
And I need you to make another concentration save.
Oh, 7. I fail.
Yep, you fail.
What happens?
Oh no.
Failure is a part of
You had it for a while.
And
Yeah,
you are,
that's fine.
once again, for the familiar feeling
The familiar
of being
feeling.
attached
Yes.
by a creature.
One of these things.
Great. That is the Dark Mantle's turn.
Alright, Safira, Erland, Beezaura.
Anyone?
All right. I'll.
Who wants to help us?
How many feet away from the one on Safira am I?
5, 10, 15, 20, 20, 30. Or, yeah, 30.
Great. I will. And that one's attached to Safira. Great. I'm gonna, having done this before, try and aim the quarterstaff strike for the
Sort
one
of
that's
spear
on.
style. Great, give me an attack with disadvantage.
Ooh.
16 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Good balls. Really good balls.
5 bludgeoning damage.
5 bludgeoning damage, great.
Thanks.
You feel the staff go in, and again you feel that kind of squishy feedback as you stick into the body.
That's still honor, still.
It is still honor. It will make a Constitution saving throw. It maintains the darkness. It sort of flickers a little bit, but then stays dark.
Okay. That's. Yeah, can only attack. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm gonna use a key point and use Flurry of Blows.
Blow him down.
Alright, here we go.
Make it snow. Make it snow. Get it there.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
10 to hit?
10 misses.
Okay. First
One miss
one.
with fist.
Can that be rolling slow too, whoever you use?
8 to
That
hit.
misses. Great. So a couple of
Waste
empty
of a key
strikes go
point.
out.
And then I'm gonna take. I have 10 feet of movement.
You use 30, yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna take 10 steps straight back.
5, 10, like there.
Yeah.
And it cannot.
Does that, since he was 30, does that mean I'm 25?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That's right.
I'm going for it.
Here we go.
Erland ducks out of the darkness. You see Beezaura go charging into the darkness.
Tag team.
Busting up
Graven and
everything.
Safira just hear all this like
Right.
squish.
People running up to us and running away.
Disadvantage is 17.
That hits. Roll damage.
8. No, 9.
9. Even
Sorry, that was
so,
my-
regardless,
My old one.
you hear the flail squish against the side. The sort of flopping, sort of squid-like body kind of hits the ground.
Here sort of flashes back into
Yep.
reality.
Magical darkness
Shit.
is dissipated.
Alright. And I'm good.
Okay. Safira, I think, has not gone yet? Yep.
Yeah, I haven't. So I'm gonna take a step or two back just so I can strike at this one without disadvantage.
It's right on my chest. I'm facing south.
Well, with that description, Safira kind of lines up and is like, all right.
Take a shot, disadvantage.
21 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Does it hit?
This one has not been damaged yet.
I was gonna say, I think
Yep.
this one's the only
9 total damage.
9 damage. Arrow goes out, and you hear it kind of stick in, but it sort of maintains its grip on Graven. It is going to make a Constitution save, which it fails.
Nice.
The darkness
Right.
dissipates,
Good job.
and you see it kind of haphazardly, limply hanging off of Graven as it seems fairly hurt. Okay, who's next?
Other
1
guy.
HP.
Morva's next.
Alright.
Beezaura,
Oh,
did you go?
You already got
I killed that guy.
Yeah, Beezaura.
I killed that guy. Okay,
I
Orba's
didn't
gonna,
look at.
after like holding the horse, she's gonna look over and see the last dude on him. So she's gonna go ahead. She's gonna go ahead
the
and
arrow
just
in it.
cast a good old ray of frost.
Oh, classic.
Go ahead.
Reliable.
All reliable as she goes.
It's straight,
Just a
right?
straight roll, yeah.
Oh, that's a 24 to hit.
It's roll for damage.
Okay.
Finish it.
8 damage.
Yeah.
Show us how it's done.
That.
So Orba looks down at the one she's already killed, sticks her boot in it, points her palm out, and gets it right in the center of its little squishy belly, and then gives Graven a nod. How about that?
A nod. And she ends it with a nod.
Graven's like, uh-huh.
You feel its kind of squishy limbs dissipate in your hands.
Maybe we won't throw any more rocks.
No, is everyone okay?
We only have one horse now, so get out of here and as quickly as we can.
Do we have any? Are we out of food? Should we take the time again to?
Yeah, and Safira's already kind of going over too, and
Give me a survival check again. Sort of.
Orba distracts
do I have
the
any
other
sort of
horse.
advantage now that I've done it?
Yeah, we'll
before?
say that you've done this before also. You can do it with advantage. Yeah.
I can. Okay. That didn't help. Oh no. What was it? A nature check or survival?
Survival check, yeah, sorry.
9.
9. I mean, you are able to hack off a few pieces of it. It seems like maybe this one you didn't quite cut in the right places. You have enough rations for another meal for the group. I mean,
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of, I don't know how I would wrap up this.
yeah, you've got like a piece of cloth or something that you just kind of
Are
tie
any of
off.
them wearing pants?
I have an extra pair if you need to.
We just have horse meat and
They're
pants.
large as well. Goliath size, actually.
Okay, well.
Are you saying you want to rest here before we move on?
Do you think that's safe considering we left the door open?
I mean, I would say it would be safe if we had closed the door, but unfortunately, since we didn't, I think maybe we should try to make it through the tunnel, but I don't know.
Well, I'm feeling a little better after your cries, so thank you.
As long as we don't enter into any more volatile situations, I think I'm alright to proceed as well.
I think we just tread carefully but quickly and try to get out of
I
this.
mean, Orba, you look a little rough. I mean, no offense. Can I stole an extra healing potion.
No, I'm okay, I promise.
If we see anything, Goliath, maybe.
Everyone's chugging healing potion.
Maybe have her hang on to it, but
I'm okay.
as in we'll take it if we feel like we need to.
And I have an extra as well.
See, we got lots of stuff.
Safira kind of.
Well,
She's okay
takes
for right
it
now,
and then-
Safira.
hang on to it for now. Just hold it. Put it in your bag.
If she doesn't want
Do you have a death wish? Just put it in your bag.
She's okay for right
I have
now.
it. I'm
Everyone
putting
leave
it
her
in my
alone.
bag. Everybody hear me.
Let's
I have
go.
the thing.
Orba sort of angrily.
As we kind of start to walk, Safira just to Erland, run. Really?
Though I was blinded and there seemed to be a lot of
Run!
them.
Yeah,
They
that-
weren't necessarily creatures that were going to attack us if we just moved away
No,
from
they
them.
weren't necessarily creatures that were going to attack us, but if you ran away from them, then they were.
Well, look, perhaps next time before I throw a rock, let me know what I'm throwing a rock at when I ask the group.
Fair play. Yeah.
I'm gonna go over to the horse.
For the sake of ease, we'll say that the horse that survived is the one that has the displacer piece.
I was gonna say, how does it look? Does it look like it's gonna make it through here?
I mean, it took a couple good whack. You can see some kind of script cuts and bruises where it seemed like it took a good
Do you
whack.
want to
But
hear
it's,
what he's down to?
you can.
He was down to 6.
6. So I mean, he's he took a couple good lashes, but
You gonna heal it?
I'm just thinking about healing it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
you can see it kind of as it's being led. It has like a little limp to it.
Yeah, I'll,
okay,
I'll
buddy.
hold on to it and forehead to forehead and give it a little juice.
That's
You do
beautiful,
so.
honestly. I want to see the
You
art.
crying?
I just.
That's the nicest thing that's happened.
Graven just.
9 HP.
Oh,
You have a game check.
Wow.
Bees-
He's up to higher than.
think I just awoken something in
Can he
Beezy.
max out?
No, he just hits
So
his
he's back
max.
up.
Yep.
He's fully healthy.
And you see it. It was kind of had a little limp going forward, and you watch as the kind of it turns back into sort of a full, slow drop.
Good horse.
Just like whispering.
Alright, so we're ready to keep moving.
Let's not burden her, but come on.
Okay.
You guys continue. Progression through the tunnel continues. The horse kind of keeps close to Graven, sort of acknowledging the healing.
I'm so jealous.
Can't beat that.
And this time, you have kind of a keen eye trained on any possible dark corners that pop up along the way. There's a couple brief scares as you perceive some sort of unlit crevices, but a closer inspection reveals nothing insidious, some shadows, darkness. And you press on. You estimate that you've been traveling roughly close to an hour. And you start to feel the ground elevating ever so slightly. Possibly a sign of a forthcoming ascent on the other side of the canyon. Before you reach a point of a true meaningful incline, however, you spot something on the right side wall of this corridor. A nook or a gap in the stone with edges too clean to be another sort of naturally formed tunnel or passageway. And as you get a little closer, who's in the front here?
I think I was probably up front. I started kind of walking.
I'll be right behind her.
Right, so we'll say Safira and Beezaura, sort of in the front, the two of them. They are the first to see. About a foot in, kind of from the edge of the wall, as you get a look around, a wooden door blocking the way. Clearly man-made, the only man-made structure you've seen so far in this area. Nothing conspicuous about it, except that It does sort of have an odd presence in this area, certainly. There's no like pathway leading up to it or anything, just a door in the wall of this cavern. And there's a metal plaque on the door with some writing on it.
Can I go up to the plaque?
You may. The plaque on the door reads, Champions Only.
Oh, well, look at here. I have a feeling this door is meant for me.
Safira
Only
looks
you.
up at the caption, reads that it says champions only, and
Just as
she's gonna do a deep sort of bow.
Just
And
as
gesture.
the box out front was for Erland's books, I think this one was left for me.
The door does look old, it doesn't look new. Like the box looked like newly constructed, this door looks considerably worn down as if it's been here for quite some time.
Do you still have your champion's attire?
Let me check my bag.
Bring it out.
I think probably would.
You getting rid of clothing? I would.
Yeah.
Can I? Are we all up at the door at this point?
Yeah, the two of them went up to inspect it and said everyone.
I remember when we opened that first door in Josco's castle, there were grooves that we hadn't noticed that caused us to get hit by something. The cardboard cutout.
Yes, sort of sprang forward.
Yeah, it sprang
Yes.
out. Can I just check to see if there's any of those grooves on the ground?
Does not look like that.
We're just looking everywhere forever for those
What did you do,
traumatizing.
You don't see anything at all about the door that's conspicuous.
Should I put the clothes back on?
I mean, they are the champ. Is there a key? Is this the key that my books unlocked, or is it
Is there
champion's
a key?
attire?
Do I
There is a
see?
key. Yeah.
Oh, so perhaps I'm
Maybe
the
I-
champion, given that I returned the books.
No, any
Okay.
possibility other than that one is what
I
it is.
don't think so, Erland.
Well, then put on the champion's attire and.
Have you tried just opening it?
Yeah, well, maybe
But what
I-
if she's? But we need to prove it. But there could be a trap if she's not the champion.
They already know I'm the champion.
No, didn't you have to use a code and whatnot?
Yes.
If you've got the clothes, put them on.
Alright, fine. And I put
You guys stand around. And sort of
I put on the armor and the scarf and the whole
Sorry.
thing.
Do you throw them over your armor?
Yeah.
Sort of bulky kind of.
I'm not gonna sit there and waste time. And I'm gonna go up, I'm gonna take the key.
Sure. I mean, do you hand it to her? I think. Or
No, she grabbed it.
No, I haven't.
She slid it.
I haven't.
She got in there so fast.
Yeah. I love a good key, and I'm gonna try it.
Clicks open.
And I look back at everyone. Everyone okay with me going in?
Yeah.
Unless there's
I mean,
danger in there, I think we should all
Obviously,
go
be
in.
careful, but
Well, I'm going first. Open the door.
Door opens up. Looks like there's a short little hallway and then it turns left.
Can everyone fit through that hallway?
I mean, it's not huge, but yes. I mean, except the horse. The horse could not fit through. But
Well,
Wait, the horse can't fit through?
this little doorway? No.
2 people stay with the horse, 3 people go in.
Again, the main.
This wasn't the end of
No,
like,
no,
the
definitely
tunnel.
not.
Okay.
This
Side-
tunnel
side
continues.
quest.
Yes, right off to the side was this little door room.
well, I'd like to see what's in here,
Well-
but
Josco did seem to specifically give us the key.
he did. So,
So-
I imagine he's left something in here for us. I mean, we
Us.
should go in, but
At least one person, 2 people should stay with the horses.
I agree.
Yes?
I'll stay out here with Evie.
She has a name now?
I can't
Oh, boy.
take. Okay.
I should have killed this horse.
Now Graven has a pet.
We're gonna take this horse with us everywhere.
You had horses that you rode
Well,
for
but
like
would you like to
a
go?
whole week that never got a name.
I think
Her name is Evie, and she's beautiful.
Oh no.
I think I'd like to take Orba in with me if everyone else wants to stay.
Okay, yeah.
3 of us should. If you get attacked in there, we need numbers.
Whatever, I don't care. Let's just
Fine.
go through this door.
And what-
All of you go, please.
Alright.
Who's following behind Beezaura? I'm assuming
I
she
am.
walks through first. Great. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no, I didn't put the clothes on. Okay. I have them, and I didn't put them on.
5.
Why are you rolling so many dice?
You take 13 lightning damage. As soon as she touches through the threshold of the door, a sort of shocking energy comes flying out from the frame. And Beezaura's kind of already passed through, and she looks behind her and sort of sees Beezaura get shocked.
Orba.
Orba, sorry. Yes.
And then Orba falls to the ground.
And she...
Graven runs up and tries to catch her.
You do so.
And immediately cure wounds.
No.
Let him use his
Yes.
Yes, I guess that's fine.
Yes.
You do so.
second level.
Holy smokes, I'm sorry.
Actually, first level. Sorry. Just in
He
case.
got
Pulls it back.
downgraded. He likes
Just in
Evie
case.
more than he likes
She got a first level as well.
Well, she only needed a first level. She's a horse.
Orba's unconscious. Be quiet for a second.
Never.
4 HP.
You do spring back into consciousness, now sort of lying back in Graven's arm. You see the threshold of the door still kind of like sparking a little bit.
As she does that, she goes, and she looks at her bag, and she gets out the clothes, and she puts them on.
Okay.
And Safira's just gonna again with the heat, like.
I'm okay. Thank you, Graven.
I don't think I still have the clothes.
Well, then you're not going in.
Do you have the clothes?
Some
Do you
people
have the
ditched them.
clothes?
Some people threw away those clothes.
Yeah,
Goliath,
let me
do you
check.
Safira also
My
ditched them.
bag, but I don't think I do.
So maybe
I think I
was-
recall you putting the scarf out to the wind.
No,
as we
I'm
walked across.
99% sure I did not keep any of that garbage.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Clearly,
I
it's
didn't
not
keep
garbage,
that.
Safira.
Do I
It's
look a
actually
little
true.
better?
It's very
Do I look like a champion?
You do. You
Goliath,
did help me become the champion, so.
I did.
Goliath, do you still have the clothing?
I don't think you did.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think you did.
No, I
I think
really
Safira and Graven
Okay.
definitely got rid of them.
Orba, do you want to try again?
Yes.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
No, you guys aren't the champion. Just get it through your heads.
Oh my god. It really is.
They know.
It's very bad at following directions.
15.
15.
They know
Half
I'm the
damage.
champion.
Thank god.
You take half a 12, 6 lightning damage.
My God.
Oh my god!
Graven again. Just fucking.
We have the healing ground if you want to use those instead.
Jesus! Wait, guys. No.
I
I
just
feel like
I
the
just,
door couldn't have been clearer.
I just looked at all of them and said, "This is why I said
Champions!
they know I'm the
Only.
champion.
9.
It's just
And once again, Orba comes to, finds herself again sort of
It
on the
didn't
ground.
work.
just
Okay,
stay out here
No.
and let me go in."
Yes. Beezaura goes in. We stay out
Yes,
here.
I think I understand
Yes.
now.
I think everything I've said since the beginning of this whole thing was correct.
You
And
know-
nobody listened.
be
Bizarre,
fair,
can you
she's
bring
not
me any
wrong.
goodies?
Take a
I will
look.
find something. Okay, I'm going.
Still holding on to Orba, I'm gonna place her on the horse.
And I want to make sure I'm keeping careful watch from where we came from, given that we left this place open.
Give me a general perception check.
Just like pat your
And as you guys are sort of waiting at the threshold of the door, you watch as Bara goes down, and she turns the left in the small corridor, and that's where we're going to go to a break
Oh,
before we
God.
figure out what Beezaura sees.
8
around the
on my
corner.
perception check.
Okay, great.
So we know it's not.
When we come back, we will see what's in the champions only room. The champions only room. The champions
only room.
Everyone tries to tell me that they don't know.
If you
I'm
see a-
like,
if you see a
"Freaking
light, you
Josh,
should just
though,
turn
he
it
knows."
on.
We did the same exact thing, but when we put on the clothes, it wasn't the problem. Same exact thing.
I
Yeah, in the
can't.
castle,
I'm
yeah?
done.
Yes.
We wore the clothes and we're fine.
Yes.
Thank you all for joining us. We will be back right after this 20-minute break. We'll pick it up and we'll see what happens from there. Survived the Dark Mantle attack, and we're here.
Did not survive the door.
It didn't survive. No. Made it all the way.
Nearly got.
I just
gonna never
tripled
tolerate
my
it.
number of
Beezaura.
times unconscious in one 5-minute experience.
I cannot believe you did that.
Thank you guys for sticking with us. We'll be right back. We'll see you there on the other side.
I can't.
Why?
He's
Why?
so mad.
Why?
This will continue
Why
long
don't we do
after.
anything else we do?
Yeah.
Cut to break. And welcome back
Right on cue.
to Tabletop Notch. We will be returning to the cave underneath the canyon at Josco's sort of guidance. And now, having discovered a door labeled Champions Only, Beezaura has taken the opportunity with her champion title to enter said door. Erland sort of keeping a watch out behind you in the cavern. And Beezaura turns the corner and you kind of watch her disappear as she goes around the corner. And you peek to see that there isn't much to find.
Typical.
With the way that Josco's castle seemed to have surprises around every turn, you half expected it to open up into some magnificent underground structure, series of challenges. But instead, there's just a small storeroom, no more than 8 feet by 8 feet, with a few shelves hung on the walls. And as you walk a little closer, sitting on one of the left side shelves is a small portrait, maybe a foot and a half big. A half-orc that's familiar to you. Extremely familiar. Blue and gold robe, thin black beard, lopsided teeth. It's Josco. But beyond that, his exact attire, the expression on his face, the age that he seems to be, it looks like this might be the exact portrait that Josco was using to paint all of his sort of cutouts. This is the sort of base canvas that he used when as a model. So all of them looked very slight variations of the man you see before you now in a portrait. Younger than the man that you met sort of later in the castle. A little bit. And also present on these shelves are some painting supplies. Pigments, brushes, palettes. And on the right side, there's a neatly wrapped package, perhaps 2 feet wide, a foot tall, and it's covered on all sides by parchment paper. It looks like parchment paper's kind of been folded over it. And there's a note on top of the package. And I'm assuming you will.
I'm gonna go.
So turn around,
She just
walk
leaves.
out.
Like, oh,
time
that's
for
nice.
you.
Okay.
Interesting, huh?
This-
There was just a note in there, guys.
wow.
I don't know.
Ooh.
Multiple.
Holy
Yeah, take a look.
hell.
After you're done, let me know and I will describe the object that you see as you kind of
Okay.
look into it.
Sorry, I'm.
That's okay. Take a moment. No, then we're gonna go back
Okay.
outside. Yep. Take a moment to read. So as you guys are kind of waiting out, Graven's sort of standing there with the horse, keeping it calm, and Erland's trying to keep an eye out. It's a little obscured by some of the stalagmites and things that sort of keep your vision relatively limited to the area that you're at. But you guys have a moment here as you hear kind of a little bit shuffling of footsteps around the corner, but it's hard to see what she's doing or anything like that. So you guys have a moment kind of out here. Orba recovering from having been brought back a couple times.
Yeah, she has her head down and she's just tugging at the champion clothing.
It's alright, you tried.
I thought maybe I would be allowed in too. I thought he liked me.
I'm sure that he does.
I don't think it means that he doesn't like you. I think, the sign does say,
Yes.
champions only.
Thank you, Safira.
Sorry. Yeah.
Thank
He
you.
likes you.
Sorry.
And again, as you kind of look down, not from where you came, but where towards you're going, you do see the terrain kind of shifting up ever so slightly. And the people with dark vision, anyone but Graven, can sort of see a little bit further down, and that it also seems not only to be rising a little bit, but getting a little narrower, which seems like, back where you entered into this cavern, the same thing happened. It was narrow and then it opened up, and now it seems like it's opening up and then it's getting narrower as you get further down the hall. So possibly an indication that you're relatively close to the other side of this, however this sort of...
Close to the middle or close to the end?
The out, like
The end, yes.
Oh, okay.
Unless the middle sort of moves.
the resurfacing.
Yes. The way up, as it were. So as Erland kind of peeks out, you just have that impression as you're looking out.
Anything that deserves a rock in the face out there?
I asked the group before.
I mean, to be fair, that was at least half
Oh,
my
please,
fault.
let's not start another argument. It's
No,
just making a joke.
It's, to be fair, yeah.
Do you see anything?
Ahead? No. From whence we came? No, not yet. It's tough to see anything.
Honestly, it looks like we could be arriving at, maybe the end of this pathway.
Good.
It looks like, it's kind of coming together in the same way that it did when we entered down here, so...
I think we've seen now several different groups and factions in conflict with each other. And I actually think that works dramatically in our favor.
That could be true.
If the Lakafuyu are fighting with the Black Lion, and the Black Lions seem to be somehow at odds with the people at the harvesting yards for attacking Josco, and now the Radiran elves seem to be at odds with everyone.
It seems like a lot of bloodshed.
The more conflict there is surrounding us, hopefully the less will be seen.
Do you think it's safe to rest at Josco's when we get up?
I think it depends on what state it's in. I actually think that given that he is out on... What did the note say again, Tiefling? He's out on business?
He said he is on a personal errand.
Oh, quite the
I
opposite.
actually think that the more we camp off the beaten trail, probably the safer we'll be. I'm not...
We've run into more than one necromancer off the beaten trail.
Well, hopefully on this side of the
Honestly,
canyon.
I'd rather run into it.
We're getting closer and closer to civilization again. Now, once we've crossed over, this is the sort of, from what it seemed at least, we've already gone through the sort of untraversed territory. Everything from here on out is more and more, not populated, but certainly frequented. I don't think we're going to find... I mean, who knows, but I think the closer we get to Mukmu, I would be surprised if we saw a heavy Black Lion presence there.
We may want to stay out of sight and camp, sort of in remote... I don't know.
I think the larger question, Goliath, is... Where do we go in Mukmu? Do we go straight to Calcetra's? Is she the only person to trust there? Has Jillian said anything to anyone about who this Calcetra is?
Close confidant.
Would she be upset if we... I mean, she did
Frankly,
say...
I don't think that Jillian has the right to be upset about anything
Well,
we do
just
from
on
here on out.
our way into Mukmu, she said, she likes to keep her sort of personal life separate from her...
Yeah, I don't
travelling
particularly
life.
give two shits about that.
Well, she's
I'm not going to
have
reveal her to anyone, but frankly, we need answers, so...
And staying in an inn seems very unsafe.
Yeah,
No,
so
we
it's
are
going to have to be
absolutely
a
not
place
doing
where she
that.
can easily touch base with us. It can't be in, the middle of the city.
Is there
No.
any other... I mean, perhaps...
We're going to need to be able to go into Mukmu, but we're going to have to delay that probably for some period of time, if for no other reason than the fact that our little halfling is green.
The only other thought that I had was the woman with dementia. She wouldn't remember us.
Where do those homeless children sleep that you love so much?
Well, the homeless children will remember us. Me in particular. And I think he's right. If we want to be as anonymous as possible, the best place to go is the place where we'll be forgotten.
So I don't know if we can convince an old... And it's going to look a little suspicious if 5 of us go to an old woman's house.
Well, we're
I-
not going
Yes,
to
and
parade
she-
all in there at once and just,
No, but it's... Even when the Tiefling and I went the first time, we would we weren't being particularly conspicuous, but there are people around. It's a populated
Well, we're
neighborhood.
going to need to disguise ourselves before we go back to Mukmu. I don't think we're going to want to go back to Mukmu looking the same way that we did the last time we were here. We're going to have to go to some lengths to make sure that we do not look like ourselves.
I don't have much answers.
I think Calcetra's is the safest if we can figure out where she is.
I do agree with that.
I don't. Jillian trusts her. I don't. I don't know her.
I'm going to Calcetra's.
Who else do you...
I think we can find a way. We take some time to disguise ourselves. We can stay at the, I don't know, the demented old lady's place if we
First
want
off,
to.
I would like to take away her as a nomination for us staying with her. She couldn't even remember us over the course of 30 seconds. Or
Well, that's
we're
exactly
going to be
what
sleeping
we
in the
want.
middle of her house.
Yes, I think that's true. She's not going... She
No, we
forgets...
could easily give her a sleeping draft
No,
or
but also
something.
there's neighbors who watch over her and
That's,
take care of her.
they
I
take
do
care
not
of her
think
because she does...
They will
yes.
take kindly
true.
to 5 people taking advantage of a woman
I
with
thought she
dementia.
wasn't very well looked after.
Her neighbors,
Yes.
no, her neighbors. She's, you know, it's a small, it's a small, quiet community.
Okay, well then
that-
that's a terrible place to stay.
A little bit
Until-
of a chatter.
yes.
Is that- no, was it us?
Until we come up with a name better than Calcetra, I think that is the goal.
I mean, if there's no alternative, I suppose. I do think that we should be skeptical. The same way that we should be skeptical of anyone.
Sure. I don't disagree.
Graven.
He's nodding. Aren't you, Graven?
He's nodding
Yes.
passive-aggressively.
No, that's just his face.
I'm going. I'm telling you. I'm telling you
What's
right
this
now.
His face. I don't know. I'm just joking. I'm not being
Face
serious.
looks like his face. It's pretty.
I'm telling you.
No, but like, is that always his face, or is he being passive-aggressive?
Let the man speak.
I cannot really disguise myself, and I am going to see Calcetra. If you'd like to come with me, you can. If you don't
I'm not
want
saying
to,
you shouldn't see her. I'm saying you shouldn't trust her outright.
okay.
Alright.
You can hear a little bit of the commotion inside. It's around the corner. A little bit of the chatter, the voices. You can't make out exactly what they're saying. A couple names kind of ring out in your ear. And you look into the package that had the note on top of it. And as you look in, you see this sort of... It looks like possibly two-handed, but also possibly wielded by one hand, the hilt of a sword. It has sort of the little pommel on the end is kind of circular pattern. The pattern doesn't mean anything to you, but it seems to have a small sort of circular design at the bottom. And then a little hilt on top, and then where the blade would be is like a little etched, it's like sort of jagged, but not in a way that looks like the blade was broken. It looks like intentionally that way. It's not sharp. It has kind of a little sort of design
The
shape on the
design.
end of it. Yeah.
Well, it's nice. And I'm just gonna like look at the paints just to see if there's anything else.
Give me an investigation check.
Bad roll.
Nothing's up to me. 3.
I mean, like I described the objects,
Yeah.
you don't notice anything out of the ordinary beyond
Okay.
the note in the package.
Well, I guess I'll take the sword. Hilt, sorry.
Yeah,
Not the actual sword. And I think I might
When
just,
does it become a sword?
yeah. And I'll just take the picture just to show everyone.
You
like-
can. Yeah, I mean, it's not small.
Oh, it's little. I mean, it's big.
Yeah,
Then I'll
it's
just
not
leave
enormous.
it. I'm not gonna take that with me. But so I will take the sword hilt and show them what it is.
Come back out. You see, she comes out sort of carrying the sword hilt in her hand.
Well, there wasn't much actually. Just
It's disappointing.
a funny picture of Josco from back in the day. It looked exactly like the cardboard cutouts that he replicated. So much younger, I'd say, but it was nice to see it. And this sword hilt that I found in a package.
Huh.
That's it.
It had a note for what it's for, but
Is it for the champion? Something to do with the trials?
it
It's the third piece there.
right, yeah. I'll read it to you. It just said,
Please.
"Believe me when I say I searched my mind long and hard for a reason why Grimari's old tome would be used for nefarious purposes, but I could not find it. If it means that much to you, I'll tell you where you can get one. This sword hilt is the key to a small private collection of books owned by Micah Denholm. He has a secret library in his basement. If you show Micah the hilt, he should know it came from me. If anyone is likely to have a copy of Grimari's giant grimoire in Mukmu, it's him."
Micah Denholm rings a bell.
That was on that note, wasn't it?
Which note?
The woman who was killed.
Micah
No?
Denholm definitely rings a bell to you. Do
Yeah.
you remember?
I think so.
Isn't that the
I
house you burned?
believe
It's,
the night
It is the house you burned down.
Yeah.
we were leaving the inn and sleeping at her boyfriend's, he was
Okay.
drinking away his woes, and I had the brief word with him. His house had just burned down.
Was he not one of the names on that note?
I don't know. I don't know which note.
Did you tell us about the? He was on the.
The note that had the
the
standings.
standings.
Yeah, the
I think you
numbers.
mentioned. I can't remember if you told us the name.
Zara definitely saw that note.
Yeah.
Because she was with him. I can't remember if you told him about that.
Wait,
You told us about the note. I don't know if you remember it. I don't remember if you said Micah Denholm.
I mean, he was
No,
a
sure.
the highest, a man of high esteem in Mukmu. Yes.
Well, that's...
hang on, but didn't you just say that his house burned down?
Yes, his house was on fire that day. I don't know if anybody else saw it. I certainly did. It was very on fire.
Well, this isn't going to be very much use to us if his house is burned down.
That's true.
We could always
Did he
go
say,
try.
does it say where his secret library is? Is it buried? Is it underneath? Is it a part of the house?
Hopefully not ash.
All it says in his private collection.
Oh no.
Well, hang
In
on to
his
it for now.
basement.
There
In
you
his
go.
basement.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was like reading it, but then I like missed
It says-
in
Well,
his
if it's
basement.
his
So
basement, maybe the fire might not have, you know.
Maybe.
And he.
I don't know if he's going to be willing to part with one of the few things that is left to him
that is
on
left
this.
in his place.
Well, maybe we can try to
worth
figure out
trying.
something else to offer him.
I did offer him cheese and some wisdom.
That's nice.
Cheese and a hilt.
Did he say if there was anything left of his place?
No, he just said.
What was that?
He just said that there was somebody taken into custody. That's all that I know. The letter doesn't say anything like, "Hi Orba, you're very nice. It's good to see you again."
I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Okay.
Who is it addressed to?
Well, he did leave a note for you before.
It's not
It is not.
personally addressed, but I believe it was meant for
Well, look, you were one of the
whoever
old
it was to find it.
Well, he. Clearly, I mean, it's not a remnant of old. It is specific to
Well,
us.
we
I
did
spoke
grind
to
him
him
pretty
about.
hard, yes, about the grimoire.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it specifically mentions the fact that you
Yeah.
asked for the.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
So,
You did tell us about Micah Denholm.
okay.
Okay, well,
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I don't think we should try and find Micah Denholm or talk to Micah Denholm or go into his basement before we meet Jillian.
Quite honestly, I don't know how much we need GGG.
I mean, that remains to be seen once we've all met up. There are still a number of questions, I believe, that Jillian has about Grimari and his relationship with the camp and
Sure.
where this all leads, but
But it would be information coming from Marvin Bishop.
exactly.
So what does he know? You know what I mean? That we already don't know at this point.
I don't know.
Sure.
I think it's one of those things where
But regardless, I don't think we're in a position where we need to be collecting additional evidence at a high risk. And I know that I am,
while it
in
might
this
be nice
circumstance,
to-
perhaps the worst person to be saying that.
No,
but in this exact
you are
moment,
entirely the worst. Let me just say.
Wasn't
I think
finding the
that's
book really
probably not
important to
great.
you, Erland?
it's yes, but not right now. Other things have become more important, and us not being noticed is more important than finding a book at this moment.
God, it's frustrating.
It's very
but yeah.
good to know if it becomes such an immediate resource again, we know where to find one.
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah. Okay, shall we continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
leading the last horse along through the hall, carrying the head of the displacer beast with its tentacles.
What the fuck else did that say?
Secrets. That's all it says. Oh,
The tunnel,
Three whole pages of just that.
the tunnel narrows once again.
Keep your eyes on your own glass box.
And it begins its ascent. And what seems like at first a fairly innocuous incline starts to put a strain on your thighs, and your calves, and your ankles. And by the time you've rounded the 6th or so bend, going back and forth. But still, you push through the discomfort and you continue to rise. You reach a point where you feel as though you've gone up further than you went down. But it's possible it just kind of feels that way because the progress was much faster moving downhill. A couple more turns, and you see a familiar sight. Long planks overhead, blocking the end of this length of tunnel. And with no light seeping through the cracks, you'd venture a guess that a similar tactic has been employed here as on the other side of the canyon, some kind of camouflaged fabric or something draped over these planks to obscure the entrance to this pathway. You guys sort of get to the end of this little path.
Okay, I think we should have a listen first and just make sure there's nothing here and...
Go ahead.
Okay, can I, like...
Yeah, give me a perception.
I'm still in the back, keeping an eye on what you're
6.
6, you kind of get up as close as you possibly can to it. With the planks and the covering, it's pretty hard to hear what's outside. You don't hear any like loud noises that would obviously indicate something on the other side. But
Is it dark? Is it getting dark?
you have not pushed up the planks yet to look.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't hear anything clomping around up there, but I couldn't hear much, so I don't know.
Well,
I'll push it open.
Yep. Go ahead.
And it has a good amount of weight to it, not only just because the planks are fairly large, but with the draped over thing, it's sort of weighing it down. And as you pull it up, it kind of creates this little like peeking under the covers kind of effect as you peer out. And you take a quick look around. You are surprised right away to see that you don't see Josco's cabin anywhere. In fact, despite the general similarity in the terrain, at first you don't see much to confirm that you're back along the path that got you here. There is a steep drop-off to your left, however, and you can sort of get up, take a little peek over it. Sure. You got me out of the hole now.
Yeah.
You see Graven kind of slide out, so he's able to get out, so we're moving a couple of the planks aside. And you may recall that Josco's cabin was at the end of a long, narrow gorge. And you seem to have come out on top of one of the ledges. In fact, it's just about where Jillian was climbing up to as she was making her escape away from the Black Lions when you guys re-emerged from the castle. So like all the way up on that hill, it flattens out a little bit, and it seems like that's where you are. You can look down and see the top of Josco's cabin from up here.
Excellent. I'm gonna go back over and kind of like, we're at the top of the gorge. We can look down upon Josco's cabin from the top.
Is there anything heavy we could perhaps push over top of this?
Oh.
And now we're gonna close.
This trapdoor?
Are you guys all getting out? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Graven was
I
the one
assumed.
who-
Oh,
he
yeah.
just told us. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it safe to come out though?
Yes, I didn't see anything.
You don't see anything around yet?
I found.
Great, you guys all do. You have to move all the planks aside to make sure that the horse is able to kind of get up and out.
Gone.
You do
Don't
so.
get attached.
Evie?
You take a look around. There are some like big boulders and rocks and things that.
Just in case, Goliath, should we try and...
What if
Do we
Jillian
not?
needs to use
Do we
it?
not think that Jillian is probably going to use this? As long as we obscure it in some way.
All
Just
right.
put the planks back where they belong.
You kind of lay them back. And with the sort of woven grassy carpet, if you looked close, you'd see that the terrain was a little different, but from a distance, it definitely obscures the entrance to this cave. You guys do so.
Should we check the cabin? See if he's home.
He said he wasn't already.
Do we always trust
I don't know when
what
that-
Josco first says?
Yeah, I don't know when he left that note.
That's true. I mean, we can check, I suppose.
The horse will definitely not be able to get down
you
the side
can't
of
go
this.
down.
You're at the top of, a pretty steep.
Well,
I mean, I could stay with
Someone
the
can
horse.
go down, but the horse will not be.
If anyone's going to talk to Josco, it should be you, Tiefling. But I don't... What's the need?
Nothing, I suppose. We could get back to the the main road back without going down there?
So it seems like this upper portion of this gorge, it does, at least as far as you can see, follow that same path. You're just up higher, as far as you can tell, for a while.
Should we just bypass Josco's altogether?
Did you have something you needed to ask him?
No, I just like him.
Okay, well,
What time of day is it at this point?
Like early evening?
Do we want to try to travel through the night, or do we want to try to make camp somewhere nearby?
I think we should probably get some rest, honestly.
All right.
Judging by how long originally it took to get from the mine to here, which was kind of the last checkpoint, you're likely, unless you're truly traveling through the night, you're looking at one more long rest before you kind of get to the mine, unless you really want to just push all the way through.
So if you don't want to stay at Josco's cabin, we could travel a bit till nightfall and find a place off the road.
Do we think that maybe being up here, up above the road, is safe? Or is it not sleepy time yet?
I mean, it's getting darker. It's early evening. The sun's begun to set.
But we could set off for a bit, get a little bit of road behind us.
Does it, looking down on Josco's, does it seem to be... I mean, last we left it, it was
Bodies and stuff.
bodies and combat. Does it seem that people have been there recently? Does it seem like bodies have been cleared recently?
There
or anything
definitely
like
are
that?
no bodies. And give me a perception check.
No bodies, good sign.
That you can see without.
We didn't even
15,
check and there's like a light
15.
on.
As you take a peek down, it does look like he, at some point, you don't know how recently, did a bit of cleaning up around the area. All the bodies have been moved or put somewhere. You see that portions of the cabin walls that had been kind of splintered or smashed by the mutant that was chasing after him, it looks like he's kind of patched them up a little bit. There's sort of fresh pieces of wood on some of the parts that look like they were damaged. And it seems like that tree that you saw some of the claw marks on as you were passing by, that tree has been cut down. So it seems like he just got rid of that tree entirely that had all those markings on it of the creature that was chasing after him. So yeah, he's done some sort of tidying up, making it not look like there was an attack there, certainly.
Didn't actually we get rid of the bodies? We pushed them all into the gorge.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them you did, yeah.
We helped.
Anyway.
I think that's right.
For sure.
And what was... There's a... There was like a pole to open the door thing before? Or
There was like a cord that you
Can I
could pull.
not see that from where we are?
No, because that's on the other, yeah.
And that was a light. That just turned on a light
Yeah.
inside. that you
Yeah, I
could
wanted to see
when
if there's a light on inside.
So, Orba, are you okay if we don't go to the house?
I guess so.
I mean, if anything, we could go and look for rations to borrow or something like
Borrow.
that.
A few more children's books to borrow.
Yeah.
I think it's risky given his association with the... Given that we know someone from the camp was on the way there to deliver
I
something.
tend to agree, but there might be a way that I could maybe get a message to him for you.
No, it's okay. I didn't want to say anything in particular. I just wanted to see him.
Okay.
So,
I was gonna try to
think-
persuade like a squirrel or something to take him a note from you.
That's delightful. I'm sure he would
you
get a
could
good
also
message.
attach it to an arrow and shoot it to the ground.
That would be a more surefire way of doing it, but
Yeah, but the squirrel
this is
system.
more fun.
Turning into an animal would be so much more entertaining.
I say we put a little bit of road behind us and look for somewhere
I
off
agree.
the path or on the edge of the cliff that we can have a good look at.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
You guys continue on. You sort of watch over the edge of the canyon as you're sort of moving away from it. You watch the roof of the cabin kind of disappear from sight. And you continue forward, and there is, again, this kind of flat strip that snakes along and mostly follows the gorge down below. You're able to kind of keep an eye and be pretty sure that you're, roughly following the same path that Jillian led you through initially. It's pretty narrow. You're traveling mostly single file. Two people could walk side by side, but the horse kind of... And it's not that it, truly drops off. It's just it gets steep as soon as you're not walking on this kind of flat top strip. But it gives you a pretty good view of your surroundings.
No.
Nighttime.
This music.
You're back in the mountains with a small degree of peace of mind. For one thing, you firmly put the calluses behind you, and with so much conflict springing up in that area, you have reason to believe, as you saw with the letter from Seer Hothbow, that many of the Black Lions would have been summoned to protect the monoliths there. And secondly, while the inability to use Josco's bridge necessitated a lengthy detour, the lack of a functioning passage across the canyon means that it now serves as kind of a barrier that gives you a bit of breathing room from some of the conflict on the other side. keeping you from having to look over your shoulder quite as sort of diligently. You're thankful to have the gorge as a guide along your left, with the rocky hills looking very much the same in their makeup. Dark gray boulders, yellow tufts of grass that poke out in between, and loosely packed earth that seems like no matter where you step, you hear a little scattering of rocks that you send down the side of the gorge. You see the reemergence of occasional Kruthic shafts, burrowed holes of varying sizes that, for now, seem dormant. You hear no noise, and no signs of the creatures having traveled through necessarily recently. Again, just their existence doesn't necessarily mean anything. You saw lots of them when you left out of the mine.
Yeah.
No suspicious sounds or vibrations that suggest that they're close underfoot, but you make sure to keep note of where they are and where you step. And the next stop on the return journey would be the Mancuso mine, where you were guided through by the dwarf Wangami. But as the hours pass, the setting sun is giving a strong indication that there is indeed going to be one more night's rest before that happens. Give me survival checks, everybody. Safira with advantage.
There we go.
Oh dear.
Ability check. I
Is it
can roll
cool?
again, right?
It would have been cooler if the second one had been a 20.
Yeah, that was a 1. That's a lot better than a 1. 15.
6.
Dirty 20.
15.
8.
Great. So you guys are able to find a very nice spot that's sort of
I'm a survivor, man.
out of sight of anything any notable things. You definitely can't be seen from the gorge, which you know to be a common sort of throughway for people walking to and from Josco's Bridge. It's a little high up, but in a good way that gives you sort of a good view of your surroundings, not in a way that you feel exposed. And you find a little place to sort of hunker down, get ready for a night's rest. Is there anything you guys want to do before we just sort of go into the rest? Any discussion or anything?
Did we eat today?
No.
I believe Safira has
I
some
do.
of our other
I'll
horse.
start.
I was assuming that you guys...
We ate that.
Well, the
on
new
spot?
one you have, you have
Yeah.
one more meal's
Yeah,
worth
yeah.
of rations.
I start kind of preparing it together.
There's dry grasses and things that you can make
And then
a fire.
as I'm kind of, you know what we haven't talked about? We are gonna want to turn in this head for reward. Someone's gonna need to do that who could credibly look like they could have felled the beast. And
That would
I
be
don't.
Graven.
No, I know, but I'm just worried about you going back to. I mean, I'm worried about you going back to where was it? Was it the reserves or where did you
At the
pick
Broken
up
Crown.
Broken Crown
Broken
Reserves in the
Crown
south,
Reserves.
yeah. I'm comfortable going back there.
Okay, I'm just worried about. I mean,
The Tiefling could also disguise herself?
I mean, the reason I'm worried about it is because I'm really not sure if anyone recognizable from our party should be seen. I mean, it's not.
But
It
wasn't
is a
the-
fact that a Goliath went into the mountains and killed this beast and took it back.
That's true. A Goliath.
So
to be fair,
it's
that
not
looks
out of the
nothing
realm
like
of possibility.
Have you...
And wasn't the plan to say that we were out hunting?
Well,
She just means that I might be recognized by
By
somebody
someone
who was
who
at
was
the
maybe
camp.
there the last time he was.
perhaps if the plan is to truly seek out Kelcetra immediately upon arriving and really hiding there, perhaps we only turn in the head if we need to make up an excuse or after we have in some way connected with Jillian.
I mean, I would really like that 400 gold bounty.
Yes, but
I see no
after
reason.
we've checked in with Jillian.
Sure, yes, it's not the priority.
After checked in with Jillian.
I don't think.
Just so that
Why?
once we've checked in with Jillian,
Why does waiting for Jillian make the exchange, turning that head in any safer?
because then frankly the mission's over.
The mission is over.
Not until
Not until
Not until
everybody
you
gets
get
what they
your
were.
reward.
exactly. We're all in this for some specific reason.
No, we're all in this for some specific reason, but you're really in this for
Listen,
some specific reason.
I'd rather not carry around this rotting head for 3 days
That's
while we
true.
wait for her.
Yeah,
I'd like
exactly.
to
I
turn
agree
it
with
in.
Graven.
I think you'll be fine.
I don't
I
see
think
what.
I'll be fine.
I also am not sure, frankly, that she's going to want us to turn it in, and I think that we should, but I think we should do it carefully.
There's also no guarantee we're ever going to see her again.
Exactly. She's right.
Thank you.
Alright.
If Graven's comfortable with it, I say let him do it.
I mean, don't know. If we were we'd been seen together.
It's not going to be all.
There was
So
a lot
it'll
of chaos.
just be me. Just a hunting Goliath.
And, Erland is right. I can always disguise myself, and if you wish to have company.
You remember what that last Goliath looked like? You could look like him.
Yes, but then if anybody tries to poke you in the face, it goes through you.
Or if anyone recognizes him.
Yeah, that sounds worse.
Yeah, that's worse.
You can't speak giant, can you?
No, I can understand.
So let's just plan on Graven going alone. He turns it in, gets the money, and hopefully that's it.
Okay.
Also
Usually
see
do-
this
my-
giant Goliath struggling to pull this head along.
Well,
I'm gonna go with maybe.
knowing about bounties or anything like that, they don't ask a lot of questions. You come in with a bounty, you get your money, and you leave.
Not necessarily, yeah. I mean, certainly. Especially for, the Broken Crown has these sort of
Yeah.
bounties available in lots of cities. Like,
Right.
the person who ordered the bounty is not necessarily,
Yeah.
in fact, not likely to be someone
Right.
that was in Mukmu.
Yeah.
I mean, you've heard of the bounties before, even you got to them.
It is an anonymous system.
But that's not what I'm worried about. Yeah.
You're worried about somebody
I-
being in public
Yes.
and recognized.
You're right.
Yes.
I might be recognized. I'll be quick.
Yeah, okay.
That's all we can
I mean, I
do
trust
for.
you, yeah.
Who's doing watches?
If you need to disguise yourself, you could always shave your head and put a belt on your face.
I don't have any hair. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, very funny.
That was very humorous.
I get it, Erland. Now
Much
you
humor.
just
Yes,
shut
a
up,
joke
I'm
at
trying to eat.
Safira's expense. Yes. Excellently done. I really didn't realize.
It's an episode 2 callback.
Gets into the city.
I can take the first watch.
Second.
Third.
Fourth?
Okay, last.
Perception checks. Which one did you roll? Or which one did you hit?
Yes.
Oh, that's
That's
sad.
the best roll I've had in a while.
Depressing.
Rolling so badly.
18.
18.
5.
16.
17.
Woo! We got you.
So you're blazed down to rest, or stamping out the fire, making sure that it's not sort of flickering throughout the night. You guys take turns. Beezaura's watch. A little chillier air kind of up here on the colder terrain. It's kind of refreshing a little bit. But, you bundle up a little bit just to make sure that you don't get too cold. And your watch passes. You wake Graven for the next watch.
It's your turn.
Graven sort of goes to the sort of little raised perch where Beezaura kind of wants to take a look out at the terrain. Doing a little meditation. Graven kind of sits there, keeping an eye on doing a kind of one eye meditation.
I spent my time
Making
sharpening sticks.
I sleep like Gandalf.
And as you're meditating, you feel a little heat coming from your hand. And you open your eyes to see that the sort of scarring on your hand has a bit of a glow to it. And you can feel it almost kind of pulsing up your forearm into your elbow and up to your shoulder. And you hear a familiar voice.
Oh gosh.
Our prey draws closer with the completion of this task, Graven. I can feel it. Do you sense your power returning to you?
Yes.
I have allowed you to see this through your way. Trust, you see. You have become accustomed to companionship on this quest. A cleric of Kuuzni ultimately succeeds or fails alone. And yet, your reacquaintance with your divine strength has progressed slowly. A symptom of your advanced age, perhaps. It is unheard of to allow mission handed down by Kuzni. But you wish to entertain this notion because you fear you are not strong enough. I sense this in you.
How do I know you're not lying?
Trust, you see. I have given you something that no cleric of Kuzni has ever had. The freedom to choose. I will allow it. The companions on your quest. But I want something in return.
What?
And your hand burns a little hotter. The healer from the South City gave you a set of tools. Blasphemous things to invoke hallucinations and false memories. Destroy these items, and I will abide by your companion's presence. Fail to do so, and every day of your hunt will be a struggle. If you cannot bolster yourself with allies, I will strengthen you through strife until you are ready.
Why is the beast so important to you? I have reason to want it dead. Give me a reason.
My reasons are beyond mortals. And yet, the beast itself is not so significant. We had a bond before you broke it. The beast is your word. It is your oath to me. Your failure to destroy it would be symbolic of our failure as a god and his cleric. I cannot allow that. You must complete the mission required to you by your god before I can consider letting you go.
This could all be lies. I have no reason to believe you.
And
if I destroy it, the items he gave me, I want you to answer. I want you to answer something.
speak.
Were there any survivors? In the village? In the Wixom Mountains?
No.
If I find out otherwise,
Dangerously close to a threat. Graven of Kuzni.
I'm gonna take this stuff out of my bag. It will be done. Take the
There's a couple vials and some rings.
and the rings, and I'll crush up the rings so that they're just pieces of metal.
And they bend in your hand, and you open your hand back up, and they're, it's a warped piece of metal.
Drop the vials. Crush them with my foot. Is it enough?
For now, yes. We've come to an agreement, you and me.
Yes.
We'll speak again soon. And the glowing and the heat in your hand dissipates.
It was like looking at the puddle where I crushed the vials.
It seeps kind of down into the dirt. Makes a little... It's hard to see, but it makes a little damp smell.
Settle in for the rest of my watch.
Watch goes by. Wake the next person. It was
Safira? Oh, no.
Erland.
Erland.
As he sort of wakes me. Before you rest, Goliath, this is different for us. You realize this, yes? The others are not so closely tied to Jillian in the way that we are. I don't know what it is that she offered you, and I frankly do not care.
Celcetra has what I want.
And then you're done, that's it. You don't even need to see Jillian again.
Perhaps not.
All right. I unfortunately do need to see Jillian again. All right.
Here's hoping.
I trust you to lay low in Mukmu. I'm not so sure I trust the others, to be honest. The others need... I barely know what the others need from Jillian, if they even need anything from Jillian. I don't even know why some of them are even here to begin with. But just be wary, yes? I'll sort of step away back over to the watch.
The watch goes by, uneventful, quiet here in the mountains. You don't even hear any, not that they necessarily would be traveling this late in the night, but no one sort of stepping along at the base of the gorge where they might be headed. Just goes very quiet. Your watch goes by. Next is...
Who is next time?
Me.
Orba.
Oh, you're last.
I'm last.
Make Orba for her watch.
Nothing to report?
It's quiet, it's good.
Okay.
Orba gets her spot.
During Orba's watch, can she just take the page out of the vial and just look at it? Just think.
You give it a good think. Doesn't...
It looks the same?
Yeah, it looks the same, and sort of hoping that any of the information you've heard along the way might mean something. It doesn't seem to.
Yeah.
Your watch ends. Go to Safira. Wake her up for her watch.
Morning. Well, kind of.
Yeah.
Your turn.
Anything?
Nothing.
Okay. And I'm gonna take a second to kind of fiddle with and reattune my
Yes, you may.
bow.
Yep. During a long rest, able to sort of reconfigure the spirit's presence inside the bow. And as she does that, the sun rises.
Jordan, should I get gentle repose ready, or
That's so mean!
are you gonna make it?
Relatively,
You crushed your vials doesn't mean you get to be mad at me.
he's taking out his anger elsewhere.
You don't know anything.
This is a long rest, full heals, skills back, spell slots.
Do you want a continual flame or not?
Temporary hit points are lost. I don't know if anybody still had temporary hit points.
I hit one.
That is lost.
I still appreciate it.
No problem.
I mean, it's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
That's what we've learned.
Jeez, Pete. What
Your
a
god
night.
is a fucking asshole.
He has a nice. You just don't.
You ain't heard none of that.
I know, I
man.
didn't. But Zoe did.
You just don't know him.
Zoe didn't like it.
You just don't know
He's
once
really
you get to know
nice.
him.
Yeah.
Once I,
He's misunderstood.
He's
Oh, he's
tortured
not
soul.
comfortable.
He always
That's why
apologizes when he
okay.
does
Well, in that case, I forgive him
radiant
for
damage to
everything.
me.
His upbringing was not easy, so it affects
Oh, well, that makes it even.
All
She
right.
must be fine.
I am done. Oh wait, no, I have to do with spells. Yeah. Still have to do. I didn't like that build.
I like this music.
Well, you're going sick.
And you guys rise in the morning, sort of stretching. Safira is keeping watch out there. You guys sort of awake to a lack of activity. The sun is up, sort of reaching the horizon, but otherwise still very quiet. Mostly just the sounds of everybody sort of getting their things together, rolling up their sleeping rolls. And back in this area that is a little more familiar to you now, give me survival checks.
I'm never good at these.
Still advantage.
Yep.
Oh, with advance?
Natural.
Just for Safira.
Oh, me too,
Oh my
but.
God.
Is that your fourth one today?
Yep.
Oh my god, I got 2 natural ones.
2 natural.
I wasn't so lucky this time.
That seat now. It's that seat now.
Oh
19.
19.
no. Fuck you guys.
Actually, my survival's -1.
I was
So
14.
I'm literally just
dead?
laying
Dead.
You had found some of these on your way through originally. You are able to scrounge up a little bit of those chana shrubs, which have those kind of waxy berries that are kind of bitter, but edible enough for, again, kind of one, maybe for half the group, a second bit of rations. Like a couple handfuls of these kind of chana shrub, piney berries that
Some
you
of my
see
dried
around.
meats in the
I think you guys had found some of those on the way too last time. So you knew that they were in the area. You had them.
So I give some out to the group.
And again, I mean, they're not delicious, but they're filling to some degree. They have a bit of
So I have like half a ration left after
yeah,
giving it out?
yeah, enough for 2-3 people for another meal, or to split.
Okay.
As soon as you guys have decided, we will.
This is.
I have too many spells now. I can't
Yeah.
equip any of them.
Too many spells. Good problems.
Well, the
Yeah.
thing is, like, I'm trying to
Really?
prepare for being in a city, but also we're still
Yeah.
not there, so I have to have
Yeah.
some, like, you know. All right, it's fine. Wizard problems. It's fine.
Wizard.
I mean, with a sense of passage of time and where you are relative to Mukmu, if you get to Mukmu by the end of the day, it's going to be late in the night.
Okay.
So you're looking at possibly resting even before you get there, or if not, you'll get there and it'll be late at night.
That is helpful. I will take this spell and put it elsewhere. Thank you. All right.
Especially because as you pass through, after the mines through the hills of Raventhorn, you'll be on foot as well, you know, you have one horse.
Yes. Okay.
We all just pile on. Us in the head.
It would be moving pretty slow.
I'll just hang on to the tail.
Come on, Evie.
Maybe you can take it.
All right.
You've been through a lot, you can do this.
You guys pack up your things, you are ready to move out.
Yep. Orba would like to walk with her plant out. Make sure it gets sunshine.
Get a little bit of sunshine. You do so. And you travel on. Sorry.
Slaps himself in the face.
Sorry.
I don't. Random question. I don't feel any of the insatiable hunger when Orba has her plant out, do I?
No.
Thank God.
What if I put it right up in your face?
Are you doing that?
No, I've already done that once.
I was gonna say, didn't we try that?
Yeah, I think we tried that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You were.
You held up his stomach crumpled in his sleep.
He started to reach.
What did I dream about that night?
He just
Sort of a
started-
dry taste in your mouth. You travel on with your sights firmly set on the mines. The only reliable path back to the hills of Raventhorn, and ultimately to Mukmu. You won't have a designated guide, so you will be relying on your memory of the mine's general layout. Though having already cleared it of a basilisk, a group of explorers, and several fire newts, you're hopeful that the handful of days since you last
Never
passed through has
forget
not been enough time for sort
those
of
fire
new
newts.
predators to make their home in the mines. Eventually, the path that you're following slopes down and it kind of reconnects with what you believe to be the route to and from Josco's cabin. Looks pretty familiar. It's now sort of down a little lower, not as high of an elevation. High rock walls leveling out, and the wind kind of picking up as your view is less obstructed. On an overcast day like this, it's especially brisk, and the silhouettes of the distant peaks kind of lie ominously behind some dark clouds. But with the imminent return to civilization and all the complications that come with it, you do take a moment to appreciate the solemnity of the Shaki Mountains and its sort of importance to the relatively few inhabitants who fought fiercely to protect the small slivers that they call home. Your thoughts are interrupted several hours into the day by a distant noise. One that's at least a couple of hills away. It seems like it's coming from fairly far in the distance.
It's music.
You hear kind of a distant rumbling explosion. Not hugely dissimilar to the sound you heard as you were approaching the East Pucar crossing on your way to rescue Jillian. Not necessarily the quality of it, just the sound of kind of a distant explosion. Not loud or close enough to spook the horses, or the horse. But a smattering of birds can be seen rising up into the sky.
You thought we were going to make it out of here with our horses,
It does say
didn't you?
horses.
We did not. We did not. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost one.
And you can see a smattering of birds rising up over a couple hills over. They kind of flutter away from the source of the noise. And you hear it again. But no smoke rising. And after a few moments, you hear it again.
Is there any chance they're collapsing the mines? Do we need to run?
I don't know.
I don't think running would get us through there before that amount of damage.
Well, maybe we pick up our pace a little bit?
It might just be a mining technique. It doesn't mean they're collapsing the entire mine.
Those mines are out of... Oh. Those mines were supposed to be out of use.
Yes, but we're pretty sure when Gami was about to...
was going back to...
If that
Do you think it's
dwarf is still there, keep Safira away from him.
No.
We'll just rob them and be on our way.
We are not visiting that little fuckwad.
Well, it seemed like your time in the mines was exciting.
Well,
Do
we want to get there quicker, or do we keep our same pace?
Should a couple of us hustle ahead just to sort of quietly scout?
Maybe. Yeah.
Safira?
Okay.
Alright, so I'm gonna start.
You guys sort of quicken your pace a little bit. And they're following behind, but as you sort of are moving along, you hear the sound again a couple times. Sort of a delay, maybe a couple minutes go by. A little louder as you guys are kind of getting a little closer and a little closer. One more hill, one more kind of light bend to the left.
I want to be staying like down.
Sure. And you finally get eyes on the very recognizable ventilation shafts of the Mancuso mine, the one that you came out of and met Beezaura sort of on the other end. And upon seeing it, there's a bit of kind of tightness in your chest as your body associates it with the kind of claustrophobic feeling of the underground. And the large kind of gear-like door of the ventilation shafts is open. It looks like it's been moved to the side, ratcheted by the crank where you reconnected with Beezaura. She was sort of sitting up there where that kind of crank was to open up the door. There's another explosion. Louder this time, and producing a significant rumble underneath your feet. And seconds after you hear the sound, there's an expulsion of dust through the ventilation shaft. Skittering, dirt, rock, pebbles. And it takes a moment for the air around it to clear. Completely unfazed by the noise and the unclean air hovering around the exit are several dwarves. Some seated around kind of a crude makeshift table, some standing looking like they're kind of having a conversation with each other. Seem to be counting or checking various piles of mining supplies. There's a pile of pickaxes, some leather satchels, lanterns, ropes, a few unmarked barrels. They're all kind of standing around. They look like again, as they're sort of talking, you'll see the kind of a, and they don't even really react to it. They're kind of like focused on whatever conversation they're having. That's what you say.
Okay.
That bastard's already underway.
It would appear to be so, yes. Well, I mean, it's not a threat.
They could be collapsing the mine still. This is all in hushed
Oh, you guys
tones,
are still pretty far away. You're at
Okay.
least, I mean, you're up on kind of a hill, and the hills they kind of have a rolling kind of, you are a couple hundred feet away at least still, yeah.
Does it seem like, are the blasts, are they sort of, is it bringing rock down over the shaft?
Not that you
or
can
is
tell.
Okay.
No.
I don't think...
This,
Do you want to do anything about this?
well, not until everyone else is here in case they're hostile.
I mean... okay.
Because how many of them? There's 4?
There's 4 of them, yep.
4. There could be more inside if they
I'm
are
almost
indeed...
certain there are more inside.
If they are indeed hostile, we don't want to take them on just
No,
the
I'm
two
not
of
saying...
us.
No, I don't think... why... The point is, why take them on at all?
I hope we don't have to. But, if we do go up and say we're friends of Wingami, they might, for all we know, they might be his competitors and attack us.
Yeah, that's true.
He is a, dislikable person.
Yes, I would say that that's true as well. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we go devise it. And Safira's kind of trailing off as she's starting to head back. And
Sure, I mean, they're not super far behind you, but
Yeah,
you
I'm
can
just gonna sort of stay low there, keep an eye on
keep an
them.
eye. As she's walking back to meet up with them and you're keeping an eye, you do see one more guy come out of the mines, sort of covered in filth, like head to toe, sort of dusted.
More of
Are they armed or do they seem like laborers? I know
They
there
seem
are
like
pickaxes
laborers.
and stuff.
Yeah, they're, I mean, they have kind of a outfit that has some leather on it, but possibly just for protection in the mines. It doesn't look
Yeah.
like armor. Yeah, no, they do
And
not
they,
seem...
do they each have a pickaxe or do some of them not have it?
No, the ones that were kind of outside already weren't like holding pickaxes. There was a pile of pickaxes, but the one that just came out of the mines did have a pickaxe with him. And you go and you meet back up with the rest of them.
yeah, the mines are no longer out of commission. It would appear that our friend has, already started. I mean, there are a bunch of dwarves.
A bunch of dwarves.
How many would you say, Safira?
We saw 5.
You saw at least 4. Erland saw
At
the
least
5th one
4,
come
okay,
out,
so-
but yeah, you saw 4, yeah.
I saw 4, but the explosions are definitely coming from within the mine. I'm sure there are more of them in there. I mean, it looks active. It looks very active. There were, every time we hear that noise, there's a cloud of dust coming out of the mines. So
Well-
they're making some kind of headway in that.
Do we believe we could pay for passage?
Offer them gold.
Do we have gold to offer them?
I've got a little bit.
I have
yes.
gold as well.
I mean, okay, we can. We can try to, just be sort of friendly and say that maybe
I
we're
suppose.
friends of, Gamis.
I suppose I could just lead the way, holding the displacer beast's head and with the axe on my back, and
And just say
not
we're-
threaten, but just say, "Here we come. We're coming through."
Yeah, I
bet
think that.
we
I
could
like that. I
say-
like that idea. I like
Here
this
we
idea.
go. We're coming through.
We could say that we did help Wingami clear the mines.
I think the less we explain, the
Look,
better.
obviously,
That's true.
I don't want to
Ins-
put you out
we
money if you. We also don't know if these people are friendly with Wingami, obviously. So
Right.
but
If it comes to it, we can offer them 50 gold, say.
50. Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
I'm sure they're not going to want to put the
Start
hold
lower,
on them.
Safira, than higher.
I agree. Start lower.
Lower than 50 gold.
implying
Oh.
less.
Five
Not
people.
No,
I was like, I'm not
No,
giving
no.
up.
I guess-
I was saying.
10
We would
silver.
be-
a
we would
copper
be asking them
and
to
a piece of
halt
dried meat.
their operations for how long would you say? 20 minutes to get through the mine? If it's unoccupied by monsters?
Just to get through the mine. Maybe longer than that, like just under an hour. I mean, you have to go across the top floor, and it has 2 floors.
So say if
Yeah.
we can halt it for an hour.
Right, so think about the amount of cost it would be to halt them for an hour.
Well, we don't have that kind of money. They're probably...
No, that's what I mean. So that's why we start by just saying, big axe, we're coming through.
If they don't let us
They're
through
not
with
doing
just
this.
with just the beast and saying we were out for
I mean,
to
we can be
hunt,
friendly.
we
if
offer
like, but
50.
Maybe let's not mention how much
No,
the beast is worth.
Definitely not that.
No,
Okay.
no, I mean, if they don't let us go through just saying we're passing through, we offer them 50 gold. But other than that, we just keep it as simple as possible.
I don't have 50 gold.
I have 50 gold.
I will help. Well, living is expensive.
This is very
Just
expensive.
make sure.
I have 50
50 gold is so much money, you guys.
Most of what I have.
So why don't we
Invoice
start at
Jillian.
25?
Yeah, can we maybe lower the threshold?
I think 10 gold per person is the lowest I'm willing to offer.
What do you mean the
That's
lowest
not
you're willing to
insulting.
offer?
But they
Does that
are-
I mean, the
insult
lowest I'm willing
community in
to.
some way?
What I mean is the lowest I think that they won't be insulted by.
Well, I'm sorry, but do you mind if we start at the number that insults them
starting-
and then work up from there?
Exactly, I'm starting with 0.
0.
And if it seems like we're going to have to pay
You
them, I
move
will
all the way
offer
up
them
to 10?
50
Okay,
gold.
never mind. Okay, sure.
Alright. Let's go.
Can I ask a history question? Are dwarves typically, if you were to be a person who wanted to start a mine, would you hire dwarves because they're typically specialists in that sort of area?
There is some history of that.
That is racist.
There is some history of that, but not necessarily. And this is sort of the continent itself is fairly diverse in that area. I mean, there are certainly some very well-known dwarven mining families, but not necessarily.
Great.
Like, you wouldn't be like, I don't have any choice but to go get the
Okay,
dwarves.
cool. Yeah, they don't have a union monopoly.
They do not.
I
So
suppose.
when we go in, let's just let Graven
Have
do
they
the
met up with me
talking
yet?
with the
Not yet.
Displacer Beast's head. If
I
they
agree.
put up a fight,
Honestly.
Graven will then again negotiate.
Honestly,
I don't.
the thing I'm worried about the most is that this is an unsanctioned mine and that they won't want anybody even knowing that it exists. And
Well,
so,
I mean, then we tell them that we're nobody and we're coming through whether they like it or not.
well,
I don't think threatening them is going to get anywhere.
Well,
What I'm saying
but I
is-
also don't think that they're going to put up a fight. To be fair, I mean, they're laborers, so I'm not, we're not going to hurt
Raven,
anyone,
what were you
obviously,
going to
but
say?
just.
I was going to say, I'm ready for a fight.
If it comes to
Be
that,
ready for one.
Look, they've got pickaxes. They're laborers. We don't have any. We don't need to get into any kind of conflict with
no,
them.
we're ready for one if
Safira,
need
if
be.
they attack me, I'm going
Sure,
to
if they.
kill
Okay,
them.
can we just get
Yeah,
to the
let's
door
just get going.
and see what they have to say first?
So we'll start with the head,
Yeah.
lead to gold, and then if it comes to a fight, we do what we need to do.
I'm gonna go over to the horse and take my bag off, take my shirt off,
There
and
he
try to
goes.
look like the Goliath who we found. So
Okay.
shirtless, just the axe.
So
in my-
small.
Graven, do you
That's
want
true.
his pants?
Aren't they covered in blood?
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah.
They're also not gonna fit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that
I mean-
adds points.
Excuse you. She said the pants would be too big for me.
Beauty Southland.
For a coward.
Anyway, shirt
Too big
off,
for a coward.
just the axe, and I'll hold on to the bag.
The bag with the display
With the head, yeah. Yep.
Okay, so you guys
Alrighty.
kind of move up to where Erland
Yeah.
is, who's been kind of keeping an eye on things.
Oh, Erland was not part of this conversation?
No.
Oh.
I was
Yeah, he was
scouting.
scouting ahead. He's keeping an eye on them.
Erland, just let Graven do the talking for now.
What are we doing?
We're going to try to get through the mine.
He's gonna try to intimidate them by holding the beast's head and with the axe and the shirtless thing, and then, if it doesn't work, we're gonna give them money. That's the plan.
Remember that whether or not Wangami was telling the truth or not, his story to us was that he was scouting for the Black Lions.
Do these look like black lions to you?
No,
They could be hired by the Black Lions. There could be Black Lions inside.
guess.
Then we'll
I'm
deal
just
with
I'm
that.
just saying that the threatening idea is good, but the money one might not work if it's Black Lion.
It almost definitely will not, but I mean, we'll have to cross that.
So are you going in, are we hiding here? You're going in by yourself? Or?
No, you are
No,
my
we're just following
companions,
behind him.
but I am the leader.
Graven's like, no.
You are my underlings, and I am your master.
You are the cowards. I am. You are the puny cowards.
I am the
boy. I'm the biggest boy here. Look at these pants. They're so big.
Anyway. I don't think we're getting around this, and we can't go through the Kruvik shafts like a halfling. So,
Yes, if worse comes to worse, I'll leave you here and I'll go through the other way.
here we go.
You guys sort of crest that hill and you start to move kind of down towards the entrance exit of the ventilation shafts. And you can see, as soon as you're kind of getting within maybe 100-ish feet or so, there's two dwarves who are kind of having a conversation, and one of them kind of looks, taps, and points, and the other guy kind of turns, and you see one of them kind of walking out to meet you a little bit. Kind of graying hair with a long mustache that has these kind of brass or copper rings kind of cinching it at the bottom, so it kind of weighs down the mustache, hangs a little lower than his beard. And he's not currently wearing any kind of goggles, but you can see an outline kind of around his eyes, and the rest of his face is kind of dirty. It looks like he had some kind of eye protection from the explosions or some kind of mining capacity. And he comes out to you, gets to about maybe 50, a little less than 50 feet. He starts to hold his hands up, and he's still walking a little closer, slowly. Now, I can see that you're armed, so keep a bit of distance if you don't mind. Do you guys stop?
I'm gonna get a little bit closer to him, but
Okay,
I'll start to slow down.
Yeah, you can see him sort of a little on edge, but you don't stop right away,
Yeah.
but then
I'll
get within
slowly come to a stop.
25, 30 feet.
Yeah.
Can I help you?
We would pass through the mines.
Mancuso mine's in the process of being repurposed, bought out by a private party. Can't travel through. It's private owned.
Does not concern me. I must get to Mukmu.
Well, it does concern you because you can't go in without my permission.
Is there a path through to Mukmu?
Yes, but
then
like I
we
said...
would travel it.
And he sort of stands a little upright at this, sort of gets a little tense, and he looks back, kind of, the one guy he was talking to keeps an eye on him. You can see him kind of...
We care not for your dirt holes. We wish to travel to Mukmu.
Well, I can't let you through. First of all, it's not safe. Maybe you could hear the explosions. You deaf?
No.
I was just checking, because I had to tell you a couple times that you can't go through.
Do not insult me, tiny one.
Not insulting you? It's not insulting to say a deaf man is deaf?
We would pass through the mine.
Well, if you want to get your head blown off, you can walk on in there and cop a few pounds of black powder to the face.
Tell them to stop.
Well, I'm not going to do that. So...
I'm gonna cast Whole Person on him.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Graven? Graven?
That wasn't
We've been here
part of
before.
the plan.
Graven? We have been here
I thought the next step was the money.
I can't believe we're doing this again.
11.
This fails. This time we're seeing it.
You are. And he sort of...
The guy that guy's been talking to.
Yep.
As if that guy fucking bolts into the mine, I'm running after him. Like I'm holding that sort of action.
Okay, they are over 100 feet away from
Oh, they're that far. Oh,
He
I thought
walked
he was
out to
right.
meet Graven.
Oh, I thought they
Yeah.
were. Never mind.
No.
No. Okay, sorry.
I'm gonna like take about 5 seconds to like get right into his
He
face.
he looked like he was about to go turn to look to the others, and he kind of...
We will pass through the mines.
Make an intimidation.
That's pretty fucking intimidating.
Come on. Be intimidated.
9.
No.
He sort of holds there, and he looks at you. You can see that he's trying. He can't speak while he's...
Right. I mean, I know that he gets to try again every couple of
Response.
seconds.
Yeah, I mean, or do you wait
Make
for
him
that?
sweat.
I'll wait
Yeah.
for that. Yeah.
6, I mean.
No harm will come to you, but we must pass. And I'll wait again.
15.
Pass.
And he sort of looks like he might make a move back, but sees how close you are
Yeah.
to him.
Yeah. Any powers I have, my friends have twofold. I don't care how many men are in there. You will stop for enough time for us to pass.
In about an hour, there's gonna be a break. while we wait for the ground to settle, plant more black powder. Could probably go through during that time.
Probably.
I can't guarantee anything more than that.
Did you
Observing the conversation, in an hour, I just want to make sure that he wasn't withholding any information. Did that seem truthful in that subject?
We have to wait an hour? What are we gonna do?
11?
I mean, as far as you could tell, yeah, he seemed pretty scared of Graven. I mean, he gave out the information fairly quickly.
Sorry, what did he say?
He said in an hour they're going to be taking a break while they wait for kind of the ground to settle and to plant more black powder. So during that time that they're doing that, there's an opportunity where explosions aren't going off in the mines.
You will spare one of your men, and you will guide us through the mine during that time.
Don't do that. But I have something. And he reaches into his pocket. And he takes out what looks like a very crude map of the mines. It looks like it's kind of drawn in charcoal. And in addition to that, he has a very small piece of charcoal that he takes out of his pocket. And he starts to kind of look at the map and he makes a couple scribbled notes on it. Now, it's in various colors for the ease of you guys seeing it, but it's in all black. The actual document is in all black and white. So there's the upper level and the lower level.
Okay.
Bring up the camera. Great. So there's 2 levels. The X's are where explosions have caved in the tunnels. We're trying to limit the size of the mine so that new creatures don't take up residence there. The green, or not the green, the thin path that I've marked is the easiest path. So we're here outside the ventilation shafts. So you want to go through here. This is the ramp down to the lower level. You come out here, and then you have to go around here to get out to the exit.
This will do. 1 hour, you say. We'll be quiet.
I'll make sure that they know that you're coming. And he sort of like...
Does he take them away? Oh,
I'm gonna take a single gold out of my bag and take his hand, my big hand, press it into his palm. You've done well.
And he just kind of...
He's gonna go
and he
change
looks
his
over his
pants.
shoulder a couple times.
I'm going back.
He goes back to the group.
I'm gonna walk back to my friends.
Graven?
In about an hour, they will stop the explosions.
And as you're kind of talking, you can hear a couple more like... So they're still going at the moment, very clearly.
In an hour, we should be able to, while they take a break in the explosions, use this map to get through to the other side.
We'll have enough time.
We'll be quick about it, but as long as we stay to the path, it looks like it shouldn't take too long.
Alright.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's great.
Sit for a moment, or you get... I mean, where are you guys kind of just taking a moment to sit?
We sit down right
Fun
next to
shit I
them.
can cast and do a short rest.
Yeah, seriously.
This is
It
interesting.
is sort of a short rest here, if you're not doing anything taxing or whatever.
Yeah, nothing fun.
Should I jump really far just for fun?
Just for fun.
Okay, let's rest.
No, nothing fun.
Okay, so you guys take a moment to kind of sit, and you watch as a little bit of the activity. It does seem you see a couple more dwarves come out. It seems like people who are working inside are, like you said, taking a break or something. You see more sort of dirty, soot-covered faces sort of come out of the mines and they kind of throw their pickaxes into the pile there, put it down, and a couple of them kind of sit around. And you can tell, I mean, he went back to the group, and a couple times, like, trying not to be noticed, you see a couple kind of eyes flicker over to you guys as you're kind of in the group, and nobody, like, approaches you or says anything.
I'm going to take that hour to really, really study this, and
Okay.
that even if it gets destroyed or wet or something, that I'll still be able to kind of really...
It's pretty straightforward.
Nice.
In addition to the fact that it's not terribly complicated, you have traveled through the mines at some point. You have a decent idea of layout, at least the parts that you ran through, so...
Good.
So you do so, you sort of study it there during that time.
You know, Goliath, I like that side of you. I'd like to see that more often.
What are you, his coach?
I just thought that was excellent. Normally he's very friendly, but that's a whole other side. Where's that been?
Results.
Time passes by.
Oh, really?
Yes. Actually, do you want to look at it now? I wouldn't mind keeping it up on the thing.
As long as I know it in my brain.
Just for this sake.
As long as I know it in my bones. In my
I'll
bones.
turn it towards
In
you.
my
So
body.
you're starting up here.
In my body.
Keep it up on the thing there. Just
Yeah,
general.
how close were you to me that whole time? I thought I was kind of on my own. I know
Yeah.
you ran up
Well, I
afterwards.
know. I
but-
thought that we were all like kind of right behind you.
Yeah, you followed, but
Yeah,
not
I
like
followed
directly.
behind,
You
not
were
directly, but it's
20 feet behind them or something. Yeah. So the hour passes, and you see a couple more come out. It looks like there's at least 9 or 10 dwarves that have, come out at this point, and they're all kind of. And you hear there's a blast, kind of, and then maybe 10, 15 minutes goes by. You don't hear another blast, and at that point, all the dwarves have kind of come out that you can see around here. Dirty, kind of wash. A couple of them have rags that they're kind of washing off their faces and their hands, and you do see the one guy you talked to kind of.
Is that on?
Let's go.
Okay.
I just got the horse.
You guys start to kind of march forward, and a lot of the eyes kind of like doing something else. You see a lot of eyes kind of follow you guys as you head towards the ventilation shaft.
Yes,
Moving
I'm
along.
sure that everything is going to be totally cool.
You see that the guy that you talked to right before you kind of enter into the mines, he kind of comes up to you, and he has like a little lantern. You have some kind of lantern or light source?
Yes.
Lower level's still pretty dark, so.
We have a light source.
Alright.
Can I take the lamp?
You should just leave it at the entrance if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Take it. Just. Good luck.
Thanks.
He sort of turns. Allows you to pass it. Guys
Once
move.
we get right inside,
Sure.
Orba, can you take a look at that lantern and see if there's any magic about it?
Oh.
Sorry, Graven. I just.
Look, sorry,
No, it's
Graven,
alright.
I think if you were trying to kill us, what he would do is just rig an explosion in the mine while we're in there.
Well,
so-
actually, I can cast detect magic, and it might not be a bad thing to have as we go through
That's
it.
true. That's a
I
good
think
idea.
I'd prefer if Orba checked.
Okay. I cast detect magic.
Great, you do so. The lantern shows no signs of magic at all, and you do not see any sort of signs coming from any unusual places. It does only last 10 minutes, correct? So
Sure.
it definitely will not, almost definitely will not last through the course of
Yeah.
the lines, but yes.
I'll try to keep an eye out.
All right.
Would you like me to lead with somebody then?
I'll be
Maybe
leading.
take
I'll lead.
the lamp with Graven,
Okay.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
no, she can.
I
I've
just-
got my light
Yeah,
source. You can
I've
fly
never
that.
been, and if it gets dark, I won't be able to see.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, yeah.
All right, great.
So you don't have an
Go
offer
first.
now?
Oh yeah, just in case.
Yeah, okay. So how are you guys? You're lighting up the mace.
Light mace in the front. Yeah.
Great. You guys start to
I put the head back on the horse.
Sure.
Oh god, with the horse.
And amidst the bustle of these sort of additional dwarves kind of milling quietly outside the ventilation shafts, you head in and find it considerably better lit than last time. Lengths of rope have been nailed into the wall that allow for the easy hanging of lanterns. You see them kind of strung along, and there's a few lanterns kind of hooked on so you can see. And some thick but already filthy carpeting has been draped over a few of the sharper rocks or more hazardous parts of the footpath, just kind of giving more sure footing for people coming in and out of here. And at one point, a particularly portly dwarf kind of comes from the opposite direction, carrying a bundle of a couple pickaxes. And he makes no effort to kind of walk anywhere but down the middle of the hallway. He kind of isn't even really looking. And kind of... Excuse me. You supposed to be here?
We are passing through.
He kind of looks behind you at the exit, sort of where the ventilation shafts, and you see the guy that you spoke to kind of peering in. He looks around. Alright. Kind of shuffles by you, kind of gives you a look at...
Do the pickaxes have any like company insignia on them or anything like that?
Not that you can tell. No, seem pretty basic.
They're black and red.
They even branded their
They
line.
say
Yes.
black lion
Everything's
pickaxe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the ventilation shaft extends for quite a while. It does sound like there's a bit of kind of shouting and faint noises of pickaxes against rock. Like deep in, not like around the corner, but further in. It doesn't seem like they've stopped work entirely, just the explosion, so people are able to kind of work in here manually on their own. And the first potential deviation from the main path comes up on your left, which is kind of up here. You guys entered in through the shafts, so it's up here. Larger this time, And it's in the process of being filled in, as the X sort of indicates. There's numerous large piles of rubble. It's not completely blocking the way, but it's pretty close. I mean, this tunnel seems like they're in the process of filling it in. And though you can't see beyond the debris, you do recognize this intersection because of the sort of heightened tension just after having kind of let Wangami go. The sort of this area down here is where you saw the intelligent people, the humans who you ended up seeing. You spoke to Graven and talked to them. So this area was kind of where you just parted ways with Wangami and you were heading out the shafts. And you walk a little further, and again you get to that point where you think was the sort of more open room that those people had made a little camp in. And again, as the thing indicates, it's blocked off. It looks like it's been caved in, blown up, sort of bits of rubble blocking the path. It would be very difficult to get through there. You'd be climbing over a very significant pile of rubble. And moving forward, the clinking sounds of pickaxes against rock get louder. Tink, tink, a little more shouting, kind of in Dwarven, just back and forth is heard. And the path splits to the north. Again, you see like an opening in this direction. No cave-in blocking that passage, but the map that he drew for you has you continuing kind of to the east there. Following the path, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Good job.
So you continue along and you get to kind of this more open area right before you get to the ramp. And in it, you see quite a collection of carts. A lot of them covered in some kind of tarp or cloth or something. They're in the process of kind of being tied down by a couple dwarves, but filled with, it looks like rocks. I mean, you can't tell if it's, a specific type of rock, but quite, at least, a dozen or so carts filled to the brim with rock that sounds like it's being excavated nearby. Again, you can hear that kind of like a number of pickaxes being used in a room, possibly to the north, possibly to kind of the northeast there. You hear that sound. You pass by.
Would I be able to say something to everybody without?
Sure, yeah.
Without the dwarves?
Yeah, it sounds like they're far enough off in the other room, yeah.
Do not show any interest in anything that they are doing.
Okay.
I don't know how easily they might be offended or think that we are trying to steal from them. Just keep on the path.
Sure. Okay. That's not
Okay.
okay.
And you get past this sort of pit area with the numbers of sort of carts filled with rocks. And you get to, as you'd seen before, a large kind of spiraling down ramp that has a sort of gradual decline to it. It sort of curls around to the right and heads down to the lower level. You guys continue down. Great, you do. Horse sort of being led behind you, led down this ramp. And it looks much better maintained than before. It looks like the ground has been swept. There's sort of lamps that have been hung, and even in some sort of cracks in the walls have been filled in to possibly reinforce its integrity. It looks like, for whatever reason, this hallway, as opposed to some of the ones they're knocking down, is important. They want to still be able to get, from the upper floor to the lower floor. So they've kind of reinforced this area. And the clopping of the horse's hooves gets louder as it kind of echoes throughout this more sort of cacophonous open hallway. And you experience the difference in the two levels of the mine in reverse this time. The uneven excavated corridors of the upper floor turning now into the more structured, leveled out hallways, sort of leading to rooms with specific functions, not just for further mining. Before you had noticed that there was a number of rooms. There was a room Orba saw that was sort of housing pickaxes and things. There was another one that was sort of for washing or dressing or different things. Those were sort of more functional as opposed to for mining, and the upstairs has more of the mining. So now you're going in the reverse. You saw all the mining areas, and now you're moving down kind of into the rooms that serve a purpose of some kind. If you remember correctly, the path to the northeast, so coming out here, and the path to the northeast up here, is where you came from originally when you were traveling with Wangami. Though the map has marked that as caved in. And even if it wasn't leading up to where you believe, and even if it wasn't caved in, you think that leads up to where you fought the fire newts. That seems like that room up there, probably where
We
you
will
guys.
always remember what that room is like.
Made us hit every room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he really did.
Well, he took us on the roundabout way.
He was so dicky about
So,
that.
do you continue to follow the course?
Follow the group. You do. Follow the line.
You take a quick left to the northwest, and it leads you past an area that's been blocked off, not by a cave-in, but by a solid wooden wall that looks fairly newly constructed. There's a locked door in the middle of it, and you can hear some sounds coming from the other side. Kind of a gnashing noise, and sort of a sharp impact like claws against rock, kind of and it seems to kind of move, not like a machine, not regularly, but like a on the other side of this wall.
A mining beast of some kind, perhaps.
How far away is this mine from Mukmu? From the north end of Mukmu?
In terms of distance?
In terms of like number of days, is it like a full day's travel?
No, you traveled riding on horseback. When Jillian woke you up in the morning, you went all the way through the hills of Raventhorn to the mine, came out on the other side of the mine, and you guys rested that night. So less than a day. Less than a day's travel on horseback. Yeah. Continue along the path.
There's no way this is where the Mukmu teleportation circle is there? Underground?
H-E-N?
H-E-N. What's this mine called again?
Mancuso Mine.
I don't know. It doesn't
Don't
seem
quite
right
add up.
to me.
I doubt it. Let's go.
I said that like as we were walking. Sure. Yeah. Casually walking.
Stop, everybody! Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Does it start with AGN? No. Let's go.
Cool.
You reach another kind of fork in the road here. One heading west, one heading north. Do you follow the same path or go along the path?
As we're walking, I know I brought this up earlier. H-E-N. Wangami said that he was to report to Hendrix of the Black Lions. Hendrix starts with H-E-N.
It does, yeah. I mean, none of the other abbreviations though were like that, were they? They stood for something.
Well,
rather
they
than
were
being the
usually
beginning of a
numbers of-
name. They were.
There were numbers of houses, but if it's some kind of like a famous like Natural Studies Institute, I would imagine will just be NSI, not the address of Natural Studies Institute.
Have we seen any dwarves or anything recently? Is there anybody
Not
within
really,
earshot?
not since you went down to the lower level, no.
Okay.
Let's not discuss any of this in front of anyone.
Okay.
Let's keep moving.
You guys continue.
I don't mean to stop you, but
No,
if you see anyone.
And you begin the long walk down this corridor, which feels a little familiar to you. Mostly quiet, but you can hear behind you kind of bits and pieces of conversations between dwarves, possibly kind of echoing down from above. Very quiet, just like not like they're around the corner, just like in the back distance, shouting to each other about sort of mining. And you're forced to weave around a few piles of rubble where the integrity of the wall kind of gave out. Likely that the detonations maybe caused weak parts of these long neglected corridors to crumble, although the piles look like they've been shoveled and managed kind of in such a way that you can still maneuver around them. You're not like stepping over big pieces of rubble. It looks like if they crumbled a little bit, they were kind of pushed to the side so you can still travel through it. The piles do, however, make it difficult to see straight down the hall, and you kind of keep expecting to scoot around one of them and see a door to the next room, but the piles are kind of constantly in your line of sight. And finally, you round another heap of stone and see an end in sight, though not the one you were expecting. If you recall, before things got especially heated with Wangami, you passed through a room for storing and organizing tools where a curious Orba found evidence of possibly some newer, unused pickaxes and shovels.
Stole a shovel.
Still happens.
Gonna come back.
And you expect to find a doorway leading to this room because you know that you passed through a doorway to get to this hallway. But instead you're met with a dead end. Chunks of the walls and ceiling have collapsed into a seemingly impenetrable barrier. And small traces of black powder indicate that this was probably not an accident. It has all the signs of being one of the scheduled demolitions, despite the lack of an X on the map that you were given.
Do we hear any footsteps coming behind us?
Give me a perception check.
Oh no.
Damn it. Not one.
Oh
Wow.
The sound of the sort of echoing of the noise of the mining from the floor above you and the horse kind of trampling around, it's hard to get a gauge on that.
So where is this on the...
You guys have gotten just about to the end of this corridor.
And so this is blocked off now.
This right here is blocked
This
off.
is blocked off.
Yep.
Oh, and
there's
that
this long...
thin little hallway.
Yep.
As soon as I recognize that there doesn't seem to be a way through here, it's a trap.
We're gonna start running in this direction.
Yeah.
And you hear some footsteps coming from the opposite direction.
And I'm gonna stop.
A number of sets of footsteps.
Filthy.
I'm gonna get out my bow and ready an attack.
You do so.
Yeah, Orba's gonna get
ready
out
my
crystal
flail.
already.
And you hear the boots. Multiple pairs, perhaps half a dozen or so.
I get my two-handed axe out.
Quarterstaff's out, yeah.
And appearing around one of those kind of piles of rubbles that you passed by as you were moving down this corridor are 6 dwarves. And they're armed, but in an extremely haphazard kind of way. They have pickaxes for weapons that aren't obviously made for fighting, and not proper swords or spears or bows or anything like that. And a number of them have very large but dented and filthy shields that don't look like they were crafted as a shield. It's just like a piece of iron that has a little thing on it that they're sort of carrying down the hallway, these like sort of protective pieces of iron. And you see mostly these guys with the shields kind of coming down the hallway first, but separating between them, you see the man that you spoke to again kind of coming out.
I'll
Can
make
I-
my
I'm-
way through everybody to get up front again.
Yeah, I want to be kind of behind Graven, and I'm training my
Sure.
arrow right between his eyes.
Sure.
Crystal out on the other side of Graven, looking like I'm ready to cast.
Great.
And
You do so.
I'll make my way up to him, and once I get into the front, I'll similarly do the pose where I put the head of the axe down on the ground and lean
You
on
do.
it.
And he kind of stares at you. You guys are probably 15 feet apart-ish as he kind of looks at you. You think I'm pretty stupid, huh?
I think nothing of you.
You look well armed. Fighters by trade.
Hunters by trade, but we will fight if we need to.
Well, as it is, I can't let you leave, knowing that we've got this mine back up and running. It's too much money at stake.
So you're gonna make us kill you then? You want to die? You want to leave your men to die? Really? You're barely armed. We're gonna kill you in 10 seconds. Is that what you want? Your life? You're gonna lose your life over this fucking mine? Why? Is it worth it to you, personally? You?
You see him kind of scrunch his face, kind of in frustration. And he looks to his men who kind of look back to him, not sort of frightened, but just sort of looking to see what he's going to do next. And he kind of grits his teeth. May not be as strong as you, but I'm smart enough to know that I'm not.
You're not. You're not smart. You're not smart if you're starting this fight.
If he hasn't started the fight, he's obviously going to offer us something.
Then please go ahead.
What I was going to say is that I know not to start this fight because I can't win it. Which is why I brought backup, which should be arriving right about now.
I'm going to start walking towards him slowly.
And nothing happens. Oh, shit, I'm always early. Right about, and before he can say now, an explosion of black powder comes barreling out of the wall. I need dexterity saving throws from all of you.
This fucking guy.
Should have killed this guy.
That's not good. That's not good.
Why do we let people talk?
I don't know, I should have killed him.
3.
4.
What is it?
Dexterity saving.
Nat 20.
19.
3.
For those of you who failed, you take 10 fire damage.
Yikes.
And for those who succeeded, take 5 fire damage.
Nat 20 doesn't do anything fun?
I'm gonna try to kill this guy. I'm gonna.
Those of you who failed, take 12 bludgeoning damage.
I'm down.
And those of you who succeeded, take 6 bludgeoning damage.
12 bludgeoning. So
As this
22.
eruption
Minus-
barrels out of the wall and comes careening along the side in a way that just hits you with this concussive wave of force. And you can see all the men with these sort of crude makeshift shields. They're ducking behind them and the rocks are like clanging off of these kind of large shields that they have. And as you guys are sort of looking around, your ears ringing and your vision kind of a little blurry, you can see them move into kind of a defensive position as they line up with their shields in front of them. And you can hear a little... And you peek through the cracks of the shields to see that the man looks like he's lighting a bomb that he's going to huck to the other side.
Can I
we
see him?
We need initiative rolls at the moment.
What do I do if I'm unconscious?
You still make an initiative roll.
Well, I got an 18. Just make my death saving throws earlier.
I can get you up as a bonus action.
I have a healing potion.
I have my bag.
Yeah, she does too.
It's a full.
She has one on her.
Beezaura, what do you got?
10.
Graven?
12.
Safira?
9.
Erland?
20.
Raven's kind of up at the front.
What about these jackasses?
Safira, actually, a little further behind. Safira right behind him. Beezaura right behind that.
Did Bomb Man?
Erland. I haven't rolled for them yet.
I curse you, man.
So the...
Nobody's happy.
No.
They create a kind of little wall here.
I blame myself.
Oh my god. We all walked into it.
I mean,
The guy that you spoke to behind them. The shield dwarves have a 14. And natural 1 on
Fuck
the,
yes!
on the,
Yes.
On the bomb guy?
Yep.
That's huge.
I mean, if I can cast Hold Person on him again, hopefully it fucking blows up in his hand.
Yes.
Ooh, that's
Do
hot.
that.
Well, that's good.
Man.
Shut up! Do we have all the initiatives? You want to read out the order there, just so we know?
Yeah, it's Erland, Orba, the shield dwarves, Graven, Beezaura, Safira, dwarf with bomb.
Great. And with plans setting in and action.
No!
That is where we will pick it up next week.
Son of a bitch.
When you set it all up, I was like, "Are we going?" I'm like, "Wow."
That's it.
Is there a
I quit.
like a big
guys, I
hole in the
quit.
wall where the explosion came
quit.
from?
There's a big hole, but it doesn't
Quit.
lead anywhere. There's like a chunk out
I
of
can
the
healing
wall.
word you on your feet.
Okay.
It didn't like blow an opening.
So they set up a bomb there. It wasn't like something blew through.
They're not gonna get to you. They're not gonna get to you.
And that is where we will pick it up next time.
I'm so stressed.
You gotta
You know, I actually I prefer to be unconscious 4 times an episode, not 3. Can we keep going so then I can get knocked
4
out?
is a good number.
One more time.
It is. It's
Sorry.
a
It's
solid
a
number.
solid number. 4 times the charm.
So with a bit of conflict arisen
Oh
with the
my
dwarves.
God.
A bit of conflict?
Yes, sorry.
Here.
thought I heard it. Oh, that was
Oh,
you.
it's this.
The explosion was an explosion. It wasn't something coming in.
It was an explosion.
It was just an
yes.
explosion.
Yep.
I thought he was maybe like recruiting he was
Yeah, it was
trying
like a
to get
giant.
the like
the
His
beast
backup
from
was the
it.
black powder.
That's not.
Okay, I thought it was the.
I was like,
the
oh, he
barrier
just. I
thing.
thought it was like acting.
Yeah, me too. I was like, it's gonna send some weird beasts at us.
Hey, just look. We're gonna get our own Mithril mine after this. Because
Yeah.
we're gonna have killed everyone.
Everyone
This
in
is
it,
definitely
we're gonna
not
have
everyone
to-
in the mine.
No,
You
I know, but
no, I know. I just mean, just so you don't think that like they
do you
all
think they're
showed
gonna
up.
just be like, well, I mean, hopefully they'll be like,
I'm going
well, maybe we
to
should
walk out holding their heads.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna have
We're just
so
gonna
many
stick
heads
them on
at the end of
spikes
this.
where the lanterns are. We're gonna make a whole little and just be like, don't, you guys, we're serious.
That's where we're gonna pick it up next week.
I cannot fucking believe
I'm
I
so
believed
upset.
it.
I'm gonna.
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna-
insulted him so good. He was so mad.
Clearly.
I take back every compliment I give you for intimidating. We're
How
going
much
back.
is your gold worth to you now?
We're going back.
You think
to,
50 gold would have gotten us through there?
We're going back next time. We're going
I mean,
back to
it's-
lying and
it wouldn't
deceiving
happen,
our way
but-
through everything.
We did lie and deceive.
No, I don't
did
know. This
we?
may have been
No.
this may have been a little bit of an unavoidable trap if we
For
went
all
through
lying and
the
deceiving
lines
us done,
and
it's never gotten
avoided
Orba
going through the
unconscious.
Shut up.
Whatever.
Confirm or deny?
Confirm. Confirmed.
Well, when did I go? No, okay, I went
Confirmed.
unconscious in a fight.
It's confirmed.
I have gotten hurt.
Yes.
Definitely by your
Everyone.
time.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a little bit though.
Oh no, man!
Next time on
Why did
Tabletop
you
Notch,
do this
the
to
fight
me?
begins.
We have to spend all week unconscious.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. Very
Thanks.
action-packed episode of Tabletop Notch. You guys worked your way through the underground tunnel, as well as made your way all the way to the Mancuso mines. But a stone's throw away from Mukmu after you hopefully get it
Survive.
Yes, Night Munch and Grubs resubs. So thank
thanks.
you so much. We
Yeah.
also got raided, and my phone
awesome.
won't refresh the chat if Anthony can like scroll up far enough. I hate why did do
I
this?
think we can look it up
It was
later
at the
if
very
we,
beginning. But thank you to everybody.
try and remember to
I'm
say
sorry
thank
if
you
I
at the
missed
beginning of next
Yes,
episode.
please.
Thank you guys so much. Join us next time. See how the battle shakes out, and see if we can get to Mukmu, man. We're so close. We're so
It's
close.
your fault.
Yeah, it is. You know
There
what? Really,
was,
we're
I
placing
will
the
say,
ball.
without spoiling anything, there was a number of ways to potentially go through the mines in different ways. And, you know, you went with the saucy route.
You went with the whole person again.
I'm not gonna bother because I know that it was a good thing.
Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next Sunday, same time, 7 o'clock. We
Goodbye.
love you all. Have a good night.
Bye for now.
Goodbye. Good night.